Hello, hello, I am Mastiza, hi. That's my name. Well, okay, actually that's not my name, that's my nickname. So like, but I still am a Mastiza, you know? Where the fuck is the starting soon button? Okay, good. Professional. Hi. So, we'll be playing... That was kinda loud. It was kinda because I guess my headphones are kinda loud. We'll be playing Zwillingstürme im Herbst. Herbst, not Herbst. It's Herbst. We'll be... probably not finishing, honestly, you know? I don't think we'll finishing yet. I think we'll be just like continuing. I think it will probably want at least one more stream, unless I decide to go like a long one today. And I can kind of see myself going longer, but probably not enough to finish, you know? But we'll see. We will see. Anyways, I guess I can kind of just jump into it. Thinking I probably can. I don't see why I couldn't. Wait, I did not read the fucking thing at the start. Damn it. Okay, well, we can deal with that. So, what happened last time? At the very end, I remember that at the very end, Federico asked Viviana to cooperate. And they are... what they are cooperating on is that he's suspecting that Artoria has some bigger plot that she's planning in here. Also, he discovered that when the guy who died... I imagine remembering names. The Gendarmerie, like leader or whatever. You know, that guy. Allowed him to go to his like home to look at the evidence he collected about that one case of the missing. I somehow remember Julia, maybe because that's just a name that's kind of common in Czech as well, so it's easier to remember. But yeah, like 10 years ago or something, some girl named Julia got like kidnapped. Well, okay, no, she didn't get kidnapped, she disappeared. And she's probably dead, but we don't know. And he was like at his house, he played the piano. And then was like, oh shit, Adria's probably still planning something. Because he was already ready to leave when he went there. He was already ready to leave. He was like, yeah, okay, I guess if they do restrict Arturia, my job here is done. Hello, Nazima guy. Hope you will have a good day. Thank you for lurking. Yeah, thank you for lurking. Thanks, thank you. Could make a lurk command. Wouldn't be difficult. I can do that right now. Okay, you know what? Maybe not. Maybe it would probably take like at least like 5 minutes. Because I'm very bad at making new commands. Stop knocking on the window still. Are you trying to send a secret message? As you can see, I'm unable to play my cello because it's been art slot. It's uncomfortable. Unless you would care to join me for a chat. Absolutely not. Very well then. I suppose I'll have to wait for another guest. Try anything funny and we'll bind your arms and legs with art. My apologies, but Grimac has forbidden anyone from meeting with Artoria. Not even Empress's voice? No exceptions. Then what about Epigenides envoy? Shit, that was the name. Avignade. I think it was like Avignade. Avignade, yeah, Avignade. But like with a accent. Not accent, but shit, whatever. Then what about Avignades envoy? Avignades sent to you? Was that not clear enough? Now, this is a surprise. To think you'd be the first to come and see me. This is the second time we've met, Arturia. Oh, more than that, I would think. How many times have we met? In the sound of music? I see your words are as mysterious as your music, and yourself. Me? Mysterious? On the contrary, I'm far more open and frank than most. So the Empress's voice, a paragon of law and order, has come to meet with the dangerous felon alone, even going as far to fake an Empress's orders to do so. That must have taken quite a bit of determination. You knew I wasn't sent by Avignade? There's nothing she could possibly want to ask me. But you, Viviana, your face is full of question marks. So, what would you like to know from your former enemy? Allow me to guess, you want to know the truth behind your father's death. Yeah. That said, I'm not used to answering questions. Do I need to offer you something in exchange? A trade. How about you simply open yourself up to me and allow me to search your heart? That's... Oh, pardon my impatience. Then let's tell a story together, as usual. Once upon a time, there was a child who lived on top of a tower in the middle of a storm. Until the age of 9, she never left her little room in the tower. You know, Oh, don't give me that look. Like I said, this is simply a story we're telling together. Imagine that you are a part of it, and reach out to yourself. Very well. Tell me, what is it about the tower that left the deepest impression on the child? The window. It was a small room. The window was small too. You could reach out and touch the cold, wet clouds. The storms rarely abate in Sturmland, do they? Yeah. Dark lightning often knocked at the window. My mother would hold me, telling stories and reading me poems in a soft, gentle voice. What about your father? He, one night a week, would come to the spire where I lived, bringing me books and teaching me to play instruments. You look forward to these meetings. Did you leave your room and wait for him at the top of the staircase when it was almost time? When I was little, but I stopped. What happened? The skies were dark that day. It had been a long time my father last visit. I was out of candles, and I wanted to find some, so I went further than I usually did. I saw so many children and adults, the music combined with their laughter, and louder than the thunder. That's when you realized that was not every child had to stay in their room like you did. That they could hold their parents' hands and dance and sing to their heart's good delight. Did you see your father there? Did you look for him? I wanted to, but my mother pulled me back. She covered my ears and tried to cover my eyes too. It hurts a bit, but I didn't dare say anything. She brought you back to your little room. Did you look up? Nein, I kept my eyes closed. I heard my mother crying, but I didn't dare look at her. Didn't dare? Yeah, I didn't dare to go down the stairs. I didn't dare to look at my father anymore. I never looked up again, even after my mother passed away, when my father sent me away from the spire. Why not? My father was a Kurfürst. He and my mother weren't married. My existence was a secret that would hurt my mother and make things difficult for my father if anyone found out. No, that's not what I'm asking. How did you feel? Me? You are the one trapped in the spire. You are the one forbidden to recognize your father. You were the one who watched your mother waste away. You were the one sent away from home. When you went to Casimir's and decided to become a knight, you had a sliver of expectations. After all, the stories of your childhood, the stories about knights, had long been your source of comfort. But you soon realized you were no more than a puppet of the General Chamber of Commerce. Even your childhood in the spire was boiled down to an exotic label, the Latvian, the advertisement destined to sell in the markets of both countries. You left the arena after getting to the wrong side of the KGCC. You thought you would finally have some peace and quiet, only to be summoned back to Latvian by the letter from your father. Once again, you find your fate written by another, illegitimate child, competition knights, Empress's voice. You never chose any of these identities. And it all started on that spire, at the top of those stairs. You're right. It's been so many years, but sometimes I feel like I'm still there. Like I never left it. Once again, think back to the memory that left the deepest impression. That day, when your father took your hand and descended the seemingly endless stairs, you didn't look up. I couldn't. If I did, you would see the stains on my face and the tears in my eyes. Anger. I already lost my mother. Why are you pushing me away like this? Yeah, I had nothing. Why abandon me? I already lost my mother. Why did I have to lose my father too? Why couldn't you have waited in Marigold Alley just a little longer? Why did you write for me to come back, only to leave me again once I'd return with hope in my heart? Arturia does not answer. She simply gazes at Viviana, at the ripples of the lake of the eyes. If silence can be considered an expression of sound, then their emotion could resonate with even without a melody. Anger, frustration, pain, the same emotions reflected in Arturia's eyes. She sighs and wakens the dreamer from her memory with the gentle words. That's enough story time. Kurfürst Werner was my friend Viviana. Our meeting was so ordinary that it's hardly worth mentioning. He was a high noble, but also a sensitive and romantic artist. We often spoke about music. A few months ago, his envoy found me while I was traveling. He knew his days were numbered. All he wanted was to see his beloved again, through my music. He wanted to see Mother? Not just Lucinda, but you as well. Werner did reminisce about his romance with Lucinda, but he spent even more time in that little room on the spire. Those nights with you and your mother were his only comfort in those painful early days as Kurfürst. That's how I knew your story. So it wasn't... No, I did not use arts on you. I'd already met you countless times, to Werner's mind's eye. You must hear this often, but you really are so much like your father. I know. But it wasn't only when I saw you in person that I realized. You're more than just that flickering candle. More than... what? You're so much stronger, so much tougher than a candle flame. Now, I've told you everything I could. Kurfürst Werner died over the copy of the Guldenness. I forgot the German words again. Not that I knew how to pronounce them ever, but yeah. Guldensgesetz. On that matter, you know as much as I do. You told me he knew his end was coming, which means he knew he would die. Correct. Protecting the Guldensgesetz was his vow to the twins, and his duty as Kurfürst of Stormland. When it was the movement... Whether it was the movement or its loss, the responsibility and blame lies solely on Stormland. I did sleep very well today, by the way. Went to sleep like... kinda on time. And slept like... nice, like 8.5 hours. Only by giving his life for it could he protect his loved ones and House of Berg, all while ridding himself of the ticking time bomb. It was all for the Guldensgesetz. I think I understand. One last bit of advice, to thank you for your trust and sincerity. When I first saw you, I also saw the shadow behind you. But now, it's growing, filling the entire staircase outside. I have no idea what you're saying, please speak in English. Danke, Arturia, for the answers. My dear Viviana, how pitiable, how noble. Will you be swallowed by the shadow? Oh, you made it. You moved so quickly, Herr Eric. I could hardly keep up. Pardon my excitement. I thought I wouldn't be able to leave Stormland. But the Empress's voice delayed the visit. Kurfürsten's succession ceremonies rarely take this long, not since the reign of the Witch King. Stop worrying. While in Zwillingstürme, what could be more important than seeing their majesties? Hurry, and we may even secure a seat closer to the twin spires before anyone else arrives. Hey, why is that man not moving? Guten Tag. Are you here for Das Geisternensfest too? I suppose so. Where's our instrument then? What are you going to do for an ensemble? The ensemble? The ensemble of the Golden Gesats, the most important part of the ceremony, bathing in the glory of both the Golden Melody and Latvianian. It is my master's first time attending. I have his flute with me. Ah, of course. Do forgive my noisiness. Which grace do you hail from? Does it matter? Oh, no, I don't mean to pry, only that it's customary for those who from the same grace to stand together. I see. Please go ahead, we will follow. Oh, very good then. I mean, danke, meine Herr. May Grimacht's glory and Evignades blessing orbit you like a sun. Seeing the Twin Empress's fires for the first time. The white dress of Evignade, the eternal grace. The black blade of Grimacht, the austere authority. Their two spires resemble them so very much. The twin spires are Zwillingstürme's namesake. They are the pride of Latvianian. No matter how beautiful, they are no more than two elaborate cages. An apt metaphor. Das Geisternenfest. They say it is for all the Latvianians, but only nobles are allowed to join in the ensemble at the amphitheater. It is, in effect, a performance of an arts ritual. A ritual? Did you see the bridge connecting the spires? That's where the Twin Empresses play every year. The sound of the pipe organ and violin are amplified by the resonance between the buildings, spreading to every corner of Zwillingstürme. Hey, as I said, I need you to speak in English. So yeah. Damn. I don't know how to control my chat. So it is some kind of art. The old man told me that it's the work of Herbst. He turned Vedunian into a massive arts device with the bell tower of Brainshaft at the center. Give me just a sec. Alright, okay. I think I did it correctly. I don't want to, it showed me a message that I banned the guy, but I kinda just wanted to delete the message because, oops. I kinda, as I said in the past, I cannot moderate stuff that I do not understand. And the Twin Empresses have built upon the Witch King's arts. To avoid making the same mistake as him, They set the twin spires at the center of the resonance, effectively turning the entire city and making it virtually impossible to assail the spires from the outside. Anyone wanting to attack the Kaiserinnen will either need to destroy the entire palace area where the spires are located, or work from within. Spoken like someone who's given some thought to planning such an attack. Wait, don't tell me you actually... If we see the Gendarmerie or the Empress's voice, remind me to run faster than you. Quiet. The celebration is about to begin. People are coming. Try to blend into the crowd. Don't just stand there like earlier. What about when the ensemble begins? We didn't bring any instruments, unless your sword is a fair bit more versatile than it looks. If the ensemble begins... I met the distant relative of yours. Exactly as you predicted, she offered a generous lead. Perhaps we really are trapped in some kind of illusion they created. What if the Witch King's remains aren't trying to use the Guldennes Gesats to try the Witch King's legacy, but to use the Witch King's powers to tamper with it? What is their goal? What if their goal has never truly changed? What are you still doing here, main dame? All the Empress's voices in Zwillingstürme have been summoned to the amphitheater. I was on my way now. I'll be on my way. This cell holds a dangerous felon, and it is quite far from the amphitheater. I'll need to contact Grimmachts. I would not recommend that. A Sancta? What is a Sancta doing here? Let's catch him together, main dame. He may well be in league with Artoria. Ugh. Sorry. I was about to ask your opinion on how to handle this. So, if I were around here, you would have simply done it yourself? My presence here already violates diplomatic protocol. An additional rule being broken is of little consequence, other than in terms of subsequent cleanup. You are an Empress's voice. Michael has told me of your circumstances. I appreciate your kind gesture. Huh? It was my own decision to visit Arturia. I didn't want my father's death to be meaningless. I didn't want to keep my head down and pretend nothing had happened. I wanted to fight for something, to finally seize my own fate with my two hands. You chose to let Arturia perform your heart's music? 9. The melody was always there, echoing in my heart. I just chose not to listen to it until now. I believe she's telling the truth that Gulden Gesats is at the heart of the problem. The Imperial caster have recovered a copy of Gulden Gesats. However, I have learned that Arturia has an accomplice with whom she was in close contact. The available evidence indicates that the person may not have been the mastermind behind the Ludwig Universität incident. Then we can assume that the Witch King's remains have already been obtained, the arts recovered in that copy. The Gulden Gesats will be performed by over 10,000 people at the amphitheater. If the Witch King's remains are in that crowd, the consequences will be unimaginable. I would like to share your current findings with Mikhail. Sure, he might be able to persuade Grimmacht. But it's not enough. We must take actions ourselves, even without their Majesty's permission. The musicians and instruments are in position, Frau Lowenstein. Very well. Give me a moment while I double-check the amplification arts. You're back, Amelia? Did you forget something? No need to be nervous. This is your first public performance as part of the orchestra. Just hold your instrument steady and focus on the melody. Pay no mind to anyone watching. Oh, it's you. Adjust the direction of the arts unit, will you? Turn counterclockwise 17 degrees. Yeah, that's how it should sound. But why are you here at this hour? If Avignade still concerned about the effect on the performance? Frau Lowenstein, where are the other musicians? At the amphitheater. The performance of the Gulden Gesatz will begin in 10 minutes. The Reichorchester needs a good start under the direction of the Kaiserin. Only 10 minutes? The Kaiserin weathercasters have forecasted the exact time of today's sunset. As per custom, the performance of the Gulden Gesatz will conclude just as the last ray fades. The rehearsal scheduled has been hard, but we will be able to rest once we get through this evening. You too, Viviana. I've been thinking you'll need to find a long-term residence in Zwillingstürme if you're to remain by the Kaiserin's side when this is all over. Would you like to stay at my place? I have a little mansion in Bachshof. I just had the walls repainted. Brent planted some vines, which he says goes well with the walls, but to be honest, I'd like a second opinion before I commit. Frau Lowenstein, Cora. Yeah? What is it? How might one stop the performance of the Gulden Gesatz? Oh, why do you ask? This performance has been the most important part of Das Kaiserinnenfest for the last 23 years. So many people are waiting in the amphitheater in front of the spires. I've almost gotten to the bottom of these tragedies. I'm sure the enemy's plan has something to do with the Gulden Gesatz. They cannot be allowed to succeed. And how did you learn this? Have you told Avignade? I don't know who to trust. I can't stop thinking about who killed my father. You suspect their majesties? You're an Empress's voice, Viviana. Who's there? A friend. He's keeping watch. The Empress's casters are coming. It's so soon? It will take more than 10 minutes to neutralize them. The performance at the Gulden Gesatz is about to begin. Don't fight them. I'll be with you, Viviana, no matter what you do. You believe me? Do you even need to ask? Besides, I can't let you put yourself in danger. You want to stop the Reichorchester from playing the Gulden Gesatz, right? I'll take you there. They've gone out. What? The candles on the stairs. The room is so much darker now, don't you think? What are you doing? Stay away from the door. There are less people out there now. Have they gone after that lovely Empress's voice? Frau Hochberg is suspected to have fallen under your influence. She will be taken into custody until the conclusion of the celebration. It was a mistake to allow her to meet with you. A mistake, you say? You knew the new Empress's voice was the daughter of a Kurfürst and had the favor of Avignade. Compared to working in Grimmack's Dark Spire, you clearly show more interest in its twin, the White Spire. So, you let the Empress's new favorite come in without the proper check, just to carry favor with her. What are you blabbling about? But you soon realized the danger. Let me guess. Viviana did something unbefitting of her status after she left, didn't she? Now you're afraid. Grimmack and her executors will not tolerate such a gross error. You would lose any chance of promotion, perhaps even your freedom. So why did you make a second mistake then? What? Music? How can this be? Grimmack, please. Nein, spare me. I can't listen. Too late. There are just too many instruments in Latvianian. Your arts units, like your souls, are laid bare before me. You knocking. You dared not carry your instruments with you in my presence. So you left them outside the door, but in your haste, you forgot the protective arts. You forgot that vibration can be transmitted. The tiniest tremor of a string, and you are hearing my music. Interesting. Check my crown, would you? Yeah. Your fingers are cold. Sorry, how about this? That better? You have been clutching your sword all day. Its chill has wrapped off on you. It's time. We should head to the bridge. Hildegard. Yeah, what is it? Am I pretty today? As always. Grimmacht. Ewig Gnade. Your wolf cap is here. Go, first, Lieselotte. The people are waiting. We have always walked into the bridge together. Nothing is obliged to stay the same forever. I'll find you before your performance begins. The performance. So, why are you here? I thought you preferred it down below. I have an urgent matter to report. Bring my violin. We'll talk on the way. 9. Please, you must order the celebration to be halted. The Witch King's remains are in the crowd, planning a massive attack. Proof? Please, just give me a little time. I'll find the proof. You didn't used to be so brash, Michael. That reckless sancta has changed you. Federico, the Luxteran executor believes that the larger incident is in the works, and has something to do with Arturia. We should interrogate her. What does she know about the Gulden Gesats, who are her supporters? What are she and her accomplices planning? As long as she performs at the Gulden Gesat, as the performance of the Gulden Gesats can be delayed, I see you believe in celebration to be a mere festivity. The Geiserinnen Fest first took place 23 years ago, on the day we killed the Witch King. But there were no empresses, and no celebration, only soldiers fallen in battle, and a tired and frightened people. We defeated the Witch King in the early dawn, and spent the next few hours cleaning up his followers. At dusk, Lieselotte and I descended the spire, walked down its bloody steps, and announced our victory with a duet. Today, the 10,000 people in the ensemble come from every race, from all four corners of Latvianian. Every Latvianian, every friend of Latvianian, and every enemy of Latvianian has their eyes on the twin spires. Ungrimmert en ewig Gnade. And you want me to suspend, even cancel, the ensemble based on the hypothesis of a Lateran executor who has already caused his fair share of trouble in our country. Perhaps I expected too much of you. You should have known I would respond like this before you even spoke, and if you truly believed in your judgment, you should have acted on your own. On that account, the daughter of Werner von Hochberg is far more resolute than you. What? How long have you been with me, Michael? 7 years. It's time to let you go. What? Why would you say that? There comes a day when one must shoulder more responsibility for the sake of Letyanin's future. Bring me my violin. It's time I went to the bridge. The orchestra is 10 meters below us. The sun has painted the clouds red. 3 minutes, 50 seconds until the performance begins. I will fire a blank. The noise should cause some of the musicians to scatter and interrupt the performance. The musicians of the Reichsorchester are all arts masters, each one the equal of the Empress's voice. We would be drowned in arts the moment you showed an intent to attack. The equivalent of 97 Empress's voices, then. Plus 2 squads of approaching casters for a total of 120. I can give you 3 minutes. You must secure the remaining 23 seconds on your own, Senora Hochberg. 3 minutes? But if this is the only way, delay the casters. Leave the rest to me. The shadow of the twin spires stretched as the sun sinks towards the horizon. They swallow up the shadows of the musicians, of Cora, of Viviana herself. She has never felt her power unleashed like this. She is reminded that the flickering candlelight in the spire. It was a tiny flame that only illuminated a corner of the bed, leaving the other corners, the spiral staircase, and the night beyond the spire in total darkness. There was a time when she couldn't admit that the darkness would linger in her eyes longer than that tiny speck of candlelight. Success. I cut off the connection between some of the musicians and their instruments. What is going on? We are being affected by somebody's art. You're, Frau Lovenstein? Are you being held hostage? You could say that. Nein. I'm sorry, Amelie. You're in league with each other? I made my choice, and I will not hesitate. Could you please just put down your instrument for a while? There are fluctuations of arts energy coming from below the twin spires, and some commotion from where the orchestra is. The Witch King's remnants? Possibly. Strange, there should be Gesetzwachter in the area, but I don't see any. Why? I see. The Kaiserinen knew that something terrible would happen here. They have prepared to abandon the twin spires if necessary. They will even abandon all the... Meine Herr, you are from Stormland, yeah? Why do you look like someone spooked you? The ensemble is about to begin. Here, have an extra flute. You can borrow it. A flute? This performance is not to be missed. Nine, you can't be here. Go, leave the amphitheater. You'd like a better position? I suppose we could squeeze. I'm not. Do you see these? Do you not see these? See what? The dice I'm holding, my arts unit. What are you doing? You'll give yourself away. Does it even matter at this point? Look around, there must be 10,000 people here. No, we can't even worry about that. All we can do is save as many as we can. Even just one more. It's too loud here. I can hear a word you're saying. Look at me. Look at my arts. Do they remind you of anything? I am a Nordica. My arts come from the same lineage as him. You should be afraid. Run. Amazing. Do you hear that? The Imperial musicians just played the first note. The performance of the Guten Gesatz has begun. The black arts orb rises from his hand and into the air, exploding into a reddish black shadow. It is quickly buried by even more brilliant rays of arts. Looks cool. Rays created by various original arts intervene in the clouds. Both the melody and the arts come from the people on the ground, all focused on performing the music belonging to Latvian alone, using instruments that also serve as arts units. Even the building resonates with the twin spires, turning the empty space around the Kaiserinen into a true amphitheater. The colors penetrating the clouds continue to shift with the splendid melody, as though the crowd is performing the color of the sunset in the sky. It is a feast of sight and sound, woven together by arts, the ultimate expression of Latvian classical aesthetics and mastery over arts. It is a grand spectacle visible from any corner of Zwillingstürme and beyond. Tears begin to fill Ebenhold's eyes. He remembers standing atop the spire of Vortica, gazing down at the plate below. There were many bell towers in the Graf shaft, which sang every day at dusk. The people would leave their workshops after a long day of work, and the sound of wheel rolling over metallic roads would echo with the music filling the city. He could see the green-black wilderness. If he stood on his toes, a vault was filled with fortress, and caravans brought ripe fruit into the city whenever they were in season. Farmers often amplified their scents with arts to attract customers. He could always smell the best fruits even from his high perch. The maid who sympathized with him would sneak a few back from the market, as long as no other nobles were watching. The fruits were ripe and fresh, unlike the carefully selected, dried and withered food served on the long old table. He could not remember what became of the maid. Did she go join her beloved in the south, or did she find a new job at the instrument workshop beneath the spire? And when he left Vortica, did he even look back? Let the dark clouds scatter. Let the morning sun shine. Praise be to Latvian, home of the free. Yes, he had once loved this place from the bottom of his heart. Latvian, the land of divine music, cradle of the arts. The performance has begun. It sounds so harmonious, even without the strings. There's a theory I've heard, though I've never tried to verify it. The golden gesads contains the will of Latgenian. It represents order, harmony, and beauty. The golden melody is deeply rooted in the soul of every Latgenian. It is not so easily damaged. That sounds like a form of original arts. It shares some characterization with our law, but works on different principles and on a different target. So, the golden gesads is actually a kind of complex arts affecting the cognition of every Latgenian who hears it. Cast by more than 10,000 people in ensemble. So we can disturb the performance. But what about the enemy? What's their plan? The enemy's plan is undoubtedly the opposite. They want the music to continue. Therefore, there's only one place they can be hiding. What are you doing? I put down my cello as you asked. Frau Hofberg and I have not prevented any musician from leaving. Your colleagues are either resisting her arts or chose to avoid conversation due to Frau Lovenstein's presence. You are the only one who have stayed behind. Ah. Very astute, Sancta. We have waited far too long to hear the music that truly belongs to Latgenian. The other Witch King's remnants are amongst the musicians. Stay away from them, Cora. Are you crying? Yeah. I'm listening to the golden gesads. The movement? It's just so beautiful. It reminded me of how much I used to love Latgenian. Interesting. Okay, well, we are combating. We have to also play ads in a little bit.
Let's go. Well, looky here. The bad guys are coming to donate their gear. Let me double their trouble.
Da-da. Oh shit, I did not use this. Damn.
What? You've got time to take in the sights?
Is it my turn?
Continuously cast a tuning note you control. At the tuning note you control to disable it. Attacks temporarily increase damage taken by your units when the corresponding, I guess, sound plays. I think we're doing pretty well. Oh shit. Oh no. Oh no, we are fine actually. Let's not worry.
Divine judgment!
My guys are stalling. What a bunch of slowpokes.
Sights locked. Sorry, forgot to hold that back.
Alright. Well, before we continue, I guess we'll play the ads. And I'll be right back. Hello, hello, I am back. Let me try if I did this right. I did spend my 3 minutes very productively. No, it does. Oh, yeah, it does work. Look at that. I was 15 when I entered the Witch King's Spire. Came from an ordinary family in Grace Ainewald. I should not have been able to become a noble's attendant, but I heard that Herr made no distinction between nobles and commoners. This was not because he treated commoners particularly well, but because he looked down equally on all who cowered at the foot of his throne. At first, my job was to clean his instruments, but Herr Gufenshorn no longer played ordinary music, and those instruments had no meaning. Later, I was sent to clean the resonance pipelines at the top of the spire. It was not a difficult job, but Herr Gufenshorn would not tolerate even a single speck of dust on them. My colleagues came and went. Few got to leave on their own 2 feet. In the end, I was the only one who left. Only one left, quietly cleaning on the top of the tower. And 1,000 sunrises and sunset later, the Witch King's spire fell. Got off the way down. Attention all squads, find the Sancta. Do not allow her to enter the amphitheater and interrupt the performance of the Golden Gesats. The target is known to use unusual arts. You have permission to kill if necessary. Hello, were you looking for me? Bury it up. Get information. Catch her. Arturia Giallo. Lieutenant took you in when you became a patriarch in Laterano. Countless nobles honored you for your remarkable musical talent. The Kaiserin granted you rights equivalent to spire nobility. To return to your cell, return to your cell and submit to them, and they may yet allow you to live. That was never an option. What point is there to living if I can't play freely? Then accept your death. Your arts have gotten stronger. You missed your chance to break out, Sancta. The Golden Gesats is in progress. Do you see the scene outside? Your peril tricks are meaningless before the golden glory of Lathanian. Yes, I can feel that your will is firmer than ever. But it is your will. Is it your will expressing that music, or has the melody convinced you that what you see is what you think? That's irrelevant. The golden melody guides me. My will etches along with it. You, our enemy, will melt before Lathanian radiance. She's gone? An illusion? But there was no music. Why does everyone keep assuming that I create illusions? I warned you, when your emotions are being controlled by a melody that doesn't belong to yourself, you can easily overlook the reality before you. Like where I moved to in Death Radiance. Behind. Barrier. Too late. Now, I would like to ask you to kindly remove the arts cast on my instruments. There, it's clean now. Danke. How did we lose to you? Normally I wouldn't stand a chance, but your souls have become stiff and inflexible due to the bindings of God and Gesats, creating innumerable weakness in your arts. But why? With arts like these, you could have changed your destiny, enjoyed wealth, fame, and favor beyond reckoning. What meaning is there to defying the Kaiserinen? I think we have a very different views on the meaning of meaning. Fame, fortune, status are merely accessories to a soul that will eventually wither and rot with the passage of time. Kurfürst, beggar, or myself, the only difference is in the whispers of our hearts. I want to climb the tallest spire because of a melody, a soul, and the future. And for a promise I made to a friend. Ten years has passed since the death of the Witch King. I am attending the funeral of an old friend. After the funeral, I saw Sancta with her cello in the amphitheater below the twin spires. Others came and went, but she stood there from noon until sundown. According to the legend, even the clouds stopped for the Witch King when he played up on his spire. I wonder, do the clouds remember what the spire looked like back then? I suppose not. Clouds change so quickly after all. My teacher often told me of how he stood beneath the Witch King's spire while it was still standing, playing for the sole sovereign of Lathanien. The golden red cloud embraced the dark spire like an extravagant robe. He wanted to come back and see the spectacle again, but wasn't allowed to participate in das Kaiserinnenfest. In fact, he could barely got permission to leave his home. Herr Emanuel was one of the Witch King's musicians. After all, even if just for a short while, times were hard for him after the Witch King's demise. Few came to say their goodbyes, and you were the only one who truly shed tears for him. I heard you were playing at the funeral. It was very touching. Danke. But it doesn't bring even the slight bit of comfort to my teacher. I asked to play for him while he was still alive, but he refused. During his days of pain and hardship, he refused to dwell on the happiness of the past, nor did he seek any change. He simply shut himself in his room, playing the Gulden Gesaghs over and over again. Through that unchanging melody, he drowned himself in Lathanin's greatness, forgetting love, forgetting hate, and forgetting himself. Yet, when faced with death, his heart was still filled with regret. I've heard far too much regret over these long years. My imagine of Herr Emanuel remained that of an energetic old man who thanked you with a hearty laugh when you passed him his instrument. I heard that in the end, he was too weak to even lift a bow. I thought that without a shadow of the Witch King's spire, the skies of Lathanin would change greatly. I thought that going from Vedrunien or Zwillingstürme, from the Witch King's spire to the Twin Empress's spires, the melody echoing in the dusk would be somehow different. But both then and now, we are like the clouds, unable to control where we drift. You. Why are you not going downstairs? I have no interest in this sort of concert. A melody that blinds the listener is still just another form of law. How did you know? As complex as your arts are, your structure is clearly visible to those familiar with original arts and music. In that sense, it's different from Laterano's law. Music should come from the unrestrained breathing of the soul, but you turned it into a cornerstone of order, all to control people's wills and wear down their emotions. True bonds between souls are growing weaker. People are increasingly unable to understand one another, unable to respect the emotion of one another, and as such to harm to one another. Such a rigid melody is no music at all. We are almost at the top. I should start preparing for the next piece, before this one ends. It's almost time to make good on our promise, isn't it? As you said, this is a good place to play, or listen. So, is this my deepest memory? Yes. Sorry. I apologize. Very few have invited me to play their heart's music of their own accord, most did whatever they could to escape. Yet you have bared your soul to me. For that I am grateful and overjoyed. I just thought I could show you the depth of the Witch King through my memories. My music simply follows the melody of your heart. It cannot decide what you recall. All I can do is feel your emotions and recreate them. Sounds like sculpting then. You could say that. I discover and record, rather than changing one's true visage. There's only one reason we cannot enter the Witch King's Spire in your memories. Whenever you recall his death, there is a hand that removes your emotions. A hand that grabbed you amidst that great flood of hearts. Whose hand was it? Whose hand was it? It was... Look out! They are coming one after another. Federico and I will try to hold them off. You're blind, and it's too risky. Grab my hand and face closer, and stay close. You're so much like him. You mean my father? This is just like when he grabbed me under the Witch King's Spire. He grabbed the hand of a servant he'd never met, and protected me through one wave of arts after another. We were in the spire the night the Witch King died. You never told me that was how you met. Yeah. I had just lost my sight and was scouring before the half-collapsed stairs. Neither the Witch King's guards nor the twin soldiers would have paid any heed to a humble servant. Instead, a squad from Stormland found me. It was led by Werner, looking for his missing father and brother in the spire. His heart must have been fraught with worry, but he couldn't ignore me shivering in a corner and pulled me out of the ruins himself. That sounds like him, all right. I would have done the same. You are both good people, very good people. It's such a shame that... Why are you covering my ears? No need to be afraid, Viviana. I'll pass. It will pass. This will all pass. What's happening? The music has changed. It's hideous. My head, who's attacking me? It's like someone stuffed 1,000 screaming foul beasts into my brain. These fireworks too, the color, it's so crass. This is wrong, this isn't right. Am I playing it wrong? Is everyone wrong? Herr from Stormland, are you alright? Don't touch me. I don't know who you are. And I don't want to know. Are you the one who played it wrong? Are you trying to break something? Everything? Something went wrong with the melody. But how could everyone be wrong at the same time? And how could a simple mistake lead to something so painful? Look at the Twin Empress's spires. It's him. Herr Gunshorns. I'd recognize that anywhere. His force is eating away at the Golden Gesat. The Witch King's remnants. Where are they? I knew there were some left. It's time to fight Lessing. You're not affected by a few dark clouds? After what I've had to live with in my head every day of my life? The Golden Gesat itself, though. It made me miss Urtica. Now that is deeply disturbing. That is the power of the movement. It defines the canyon and its beliefs. I don't want someone else deciding what I should miss, what I should love. But I'm guessing that whoever it is that sabotaged the performance is after more than just pranking the Kaiserinen and the nobles outside Zwillingstürme. Enemy on your left. I know, your side too. Let's do this together. I didn't think anyone would retain their senses. For once, I'm grateful for everything you have done to me. Pain and chaos in my brain are like old friends by now. Good work. You too. So why are you acting just fine while everyone else is in agony? I'm beginning to suspect that you're a lich sculptured wooden puppet. I was trained from a very young age to deal with this kind of situation. And what kind of situation would that be? The collapse of the Golden Gesat. Please tell me you're joking. Do you see the golden glow rising over the edge of the amphitheater? I've never seen so many Geisteswachter in one place at the same time. Her Majesty's order. Surround Gnade Avenue and Macht Avenue. Do not allow the corrupted Golden Gesats to spread. So many Geisteswachter and Gendarmerie. The entire Zwillingstürme show will be on lockdown before long. Haha, it's no use. It's too late. Herr Gunshorn is back. The one true king has returned to the Latcanian that rightfully belongs to him. Quiet, please. We are leaving. Viviana. Cora, please, promise me. Don't say or do anything for now. I might have tried something if it were just a hair Rainer, but there are too many of them, and each one the equal of a knight champion. Why do you not speak? Why should we hide now that the curtain is about to rise? Our dream, our obsession, the moment for which we have given both blood and soul is finally upon us. So why is there no joy on your face? Concertum. I told you to be quiet. You knew. Since when? I visited the Marigold Alley before I went to see Arturia. I wanted to see those drawings again, the images that gave me such warmth. But I didn't find anything. All the drawings, the ones with marigolds in them, the ones with clues leading to the Witch King, all gone. You took them, didn't you? I only needed to take the ones containing the clues. But I couldn't bear to part with the marigolds either. My suspicions were confirmed the moment you told me that you were there the night the Witch King died. When you cleaned the canvas back then, you left the spot untouched, the part showing you. The Witch King's remains were after witnesses to the Witch King's deaths. And you were one of them. But you're different from the others. You're not an innocent victim. I didn't want to say it. I didn't even want to ask. Why couldn't I be selfish just this once? I'm sorry. I really am sorry, Viviana. Why? Why do I have to lose something I only just found? Hello, Lyra. Yes, we do have Latvian people here. How are you doing? How's your day going? We should fight together, Concert Master. Was working out and went shopping so far? That sounds awful. But I hope it was fine. The Gesetzwachter are here. We have come so far. It would be a shame to die at their hands now. I'm starting to consider eating some ice cream. I think you should. I think you should do it. And you should consider it more. By the way, what kind of alcohol do you like? I don't know if I have like a specific one. I do like sweet alcohol, kinda. That's if I were to be specific. Shit, I do not remember. Oh yeah, I do like the orange Jägermeister. And I do like Jack Daniel's Fire. If that answers your question. What kind of alcohol do you like, Lyra? Those are just the two that came to mind. I do like a lot of Tatratis. Not all of them, but I would even say most. Those are really nice. The amphitheater is a scene of chaos. Like only super sweet stuff. But I barely drink, so yeah, I know you don't drink. Yeah, I'm also like into sweet alcohol. I also definitely prefer to like just have like a rum with coke than just a shot of rum most of the time. Just, you know, I like that. Prefer like to mix it, you know, or like gin and tonic. It's also nice, but gin by itself is kinda awful. An amphitheater is a scene of chaos. The turning continues. The Ludwigs Universität incident already proved that only the Kaiserinnen could fight Herkunftsschorn's arts. I'm like, you can judge me by how I pronounce stuff. What would the twins think of my little show of selfishness, of betrayal? I was maybe considering to get you some local alcohol or something like that. I will see if I can find something that fits. Okay, I would like that. I don't think there's really reason to give Jägermeister just because you in Germany. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't like. I like the orange one as I sent, but Jägermeister by itself, like the normal one, it's fine. But I don't love it. It's like all right. I don't. Oh, what I heard, I think it was actually you and someone else in chat. I don't know who talked about this, about the wine that's made from frozen grapes. I never had that. Sounds interesting, but I'm not really into wine. But I would still be like down to try that. I wonder, like, I guess there's no need to keep it a secret, but I do want to bring you some stuff from Czech Republic when we get there. So that will be fun. Honestly, I don't know what. Like, not. I think I might add like some alcohol, maybe, but I know that neither you nor OC really drink, so I don't know if that. But some like snacks, some. Well, yeah, just snacks, I guess. I'm not especially concerned. Snacks are always nice. Yeah, I agree. Maybe I can give you ice cream. What kind of ice cream do you have, since you mentioned it? Do you believe that the Gulden Gesatz can completely change its tone? I only care about the result. The last person to rewrite the Gulden Gesatz was Herkunfshorn. But even he did not consider its destruction. The movement is the foundation on which Latvian is built. Its destruction will undermine everything: our aesthetics, our habits, and usage of arts, the Kurfürsten system, the imperial authority. It will bring unprecedented change to Latvian. Hello, Tavina. Okay, out of Pathfinder, how goes Zwillingstürme? Pretty good, I would say. Like, okay, well, like bad in terms of what's happening, but good in terms of me enjoying it. I think there should be some blueberry or chocolate ice cream in the freezer from last year still. How do you have ice cream? That's 5 months almost. That's kind of crazy. How's Cora doing? Oh, Cora is doing great. She's just fine. She's just great. But change is a necessary bad. If it were, we would never have been born. A pair of children born of arts, in defiance of the laws of nature. This is just the beginning. That's what Fremont said to Leopold. We were but infants at the time, but I know you understand what they said as well as I did. We were born with a duty. A duty to change Latvian. Leopold was afraid of us, which is why he had an army ready to tear us apart from behind the moment we killed Herkunfshorn. But we survived. We may not have chosen to be born, but once we were, we had the right to live. 23 years ago, we stood here gazing at the same sunset, over an altogether different scene of chaos. You extended your hand to me before we began our long-awaited duet. You said, "The sunset doesn't belong to anyone. Not to Herkunfshorn, not to Leopold, not to the Kurfürsten, nor to any other ambitious noble." Yeah. You took my hand, and we walked here together. There is no need to answer to the Kurfürsten, no need to be manipulated by anyone. Our fate is ours belong to decide. And apparently, someone else shares the same desire. Such a curious thing, the human soul. To think that even artificial children would learn a human desire after gaining souls. That through a wish as simple as can be, the meek may be able to accomplish what even Shorn failed to, and redefine Latvianian. You want to ask wherever I let Cora roam free on purpose, don't you? Are you not of the same mind on this matter? Our roads are linked, even if it's been a long time since the two of us have watched the sunset together. Let's stay a while. It won't take long. Very well. What will the future look like? Would you still watch it with me, Hildegard? Where's Cora? Viviana? Cora is doing great. I couldn't hear Brent's voice. He's fighting the remaining cultists. They won't last long. But the others is even faster. Viviana is silent, but her arms draw closer. I feel a shadow creep over the top of my foot, as cold as a storm at night. Look out, Concertmaster! Concertmaster! How? My arts went through. This is tuning? Why? I'm sorry, Amelia. Like I said, my decision has never changed. Ha ha ha. It's nothing. We have betrayed so many of our lifetimes. Perhaps too many. Herfkunsttorn's eternal spire. It's so close. I'll be waiting for you. On the stairs. Concertmaster. Amelia must have turned to dark dust before me. This is how it is for the Witch King's followers. They don't want their bodies to linger on the land that lacks Herfkunsttorn's favor. She's dead. Most of them are. The remaining resistance will not last long. And the same for me, I suppose. You deceived the followers of Herfkunsttorn. Yeah, the Kaiseren's instruction was to become the concertmaster of the Witch King's followers. To become a hope and a lure, and to lead them into the abyss by their own volition. It's been 23 years. Everything about the Witch King, the long nightmares, the deep-rooted fears, the meaningless ambition, should have been gone from this country a long time ago. So why is the tuning still going? Because Werner. Did the Kaiseren order Father's death? I tried to persuade him. I tried so hard. I wanted him to hand over the copy of Golden Gesats so I could move it elsewhere, but he was concerned that the Witch King's remains would catch on this nullifying debate. I asked him if maybe Brent could arrive at the scene earlier and save him at the scene of the attack, but he refused. He said he was already dying and would soon get to see Lucinda. A few more days wasn't worth dragging both you and Stormland into it. But you'd have gotten there if only he'd helped out for a few more hours, or less. He was too determined to leave, and gave up too easily. The day Werner died, I recovered the copy of the movement and watched you return to Stormland, walking the path paved for you, so similar to his. And I made the choice that had long been brewing in my heart. The Golden Gesetz. You're using Hergumstorm's arts to tune the music. We are trying to destroy it, or rather, the influence it holds over all Latvians. They say that fate is an endless spiral staircase. If so, the Golden Gesetz is the staircase trapping Latvian. Stairs built 1,000 years ago, glorious and beautiful on the outside, yet rotted to the core on the inside. I've seen so many people trapped within. Herr Emanuel, Gerhard, Frida, Loris, and Brand, all suffering the tidings of fate, helpless to change it. I must say, I don't think I'm like 100% following at all, like what exactly happened. Oopsie. The Witch King's spire fell, yet more rose to take its place. Those beneath the spires wish to climb them, while those atop them aspire to be even higher perch. They come and go, up and down, an endless waltz of hatred and conflict, pain, sorrow and regret, filling the souls of one generation of Latvians after another. You too, Viviana. Once you enter the Kaiserinen's spire, you will only speak what they want to you. Basically, she's hijacking the ritual to destroy the national anthem that mind controls people into being nationalists. Cora is right. Yeah. But she like wasn't. Okay. Okay, sure. I can see. I've already seen how you will be forced to live a life you don't want, just like your father before you. I kinda don't understand what was the thing they said before. Like... Okay, you know what? I'll finish this stage and then I'll try to maybe understand or something. The Golden Gesetz never changes. Latviania never changes. Tragedy never changes. I might have a lot of questions, who knows? Unless we free ourselves from the movement of the past. You say you want to change our fate, but who are you to decide who gets saved and who gets sacrificed? I can't. It is not my place, nor is it anyone's. You want to destroy the old order, but where is the new order? Can you guarantee it will be better than yesterday or today? I can't. Our future isn't for someone like me to decide. Those who died for the plan and the people right before us. Don't you realize the path they are in? I hear them, their screams, their laments. I will never stop hearing them, not until the day I die. Then why do you have to be the only the one to change everything? Because I can. That's the only reason? Someone has to. My life never had much meaning to begin with, except for one speck of light that never fully belonged to me. And I wouldn't do anything to keep it from going out. I can't condone your cruelty, arrogance, or irresponsibility. And as such, I must stop you. Of course. Disaster had already struck, and by my hand, I've caused so many deaths, with even more to come. This is metaphorically representing her revolutionary desires that, in this context, will also cause harm, like many socialist communist revolutions, not because their desires are inherently immoral, but because they decide that change is more important than the safety of innocence. Yeah, gotcha. I'm more like, what is confusing me is not like, I don't know why she's doing it or what is representing. Though it's interesting. But like, I'm not like did she just like yeah, I just can't word it. Basically, they mentioned at first that she was like there the 23 years ago, but then Viviana somehow said that her suspicions were like confirmed by it somehow, but I don't know what was the connection between those two. And also the thing about her not cleaning some painting. And just like also I'm kinda confused sometimes still by all the names because they mentioned someone and I just cannot remember who that person is. So like I'm not even sure if she's like like she is working with the remnants of the guy, right? But like of the guy, yeah, Witch Kings. But is she actually? And some other stuff that I'm just confused about. My suspicions were confirmed when you told me that you were there the night the Witch King died. When you cleaned the canvas back then, you left the spot untouched. The part showing you. This is a metaphor. Okay, but how did the metaphor confirm her suspicions? Am I just like, okay. Just stop this. I can't. Not after what I took to get this far. I don't know what for. Okay. Do you know what it is about your actions I agree with the least? Don't get this one either. Gotcha. Okay, so I guess I'm supposed to be confused. It's alright to be confused. Give me a sec. You really are. Heartless. Anyway, she's actually working for Evignade, who assigned her to infiltrate the remnants so they could hijack the remnant ritual and destroy the Golden Gesats. Yes. Okay. I don't want to say I knew because I didn't. That's why I was confused. But that was kinda the like vibe I got. But it was the vibe I got because I think they just said it, but I was like confused. So yeah. Yeah, so she wasn't like actually with them, she was infiltrating them, but wait. Okay, so now I get Evignade wants to destroy the Golden Gesats. Evignade is like, okay, that completely went over my head. That like completely did not get. No. Viviana. Cora. I know. You're soft on the outside, but firm on the inside. You just can't turn your back on other people's pain. You don't want to make things difficult for Brent either. You're always thinking of others, even now. And I'm glad I got to die at the hands of the one I love the most. I'm sorry. Are the clouds beautiful today? Didn't have to kill her. Well, maybe she did have to, I don't know. No need to be afraid, Viviana. It will pass. This will all. She embraces me. I can feel her hand on my back, trembling. Viviana doesn't really have any other means of stopping her, unfortunately. Yeah. I want to hug her and comfort her like I used to. Perhaps I did. I talked so much, even though I had already begun to go numb from blood loss. I can imagine her lake-like eyes beginning to rain, her gentle complexion warped by torment. She only just learned that I've never clearly seen the faces of her father and mother. Though Werner's words, I could only imagine how they looked, how they met, and how they fell in love. After all, I went into the dark spire the day I came to Vendunian, and the day I left it, I could no longer see. Okay, another thing, I guess, that was they kinda talked about. So, like, Viviana's father was in on this plan, kinda, and Cora, like, wanted to somehow make it so he survives, but he was kinda not on board, because, they would, like, suspect her. No, wait, no, that's not it. I'm doubting myself. And the day I left, I could no longer see. He was in on the plan, and he was like, I'm dying anyway. Let's make me actually die so it's more believable. Yeah, okay, so he did do it to be... Yeah, for them to not suspect her, I guess. Or anyone, maybe not specifically her. Okay. Everything I know that's nice and beautiful, including Brand, was brought to me by Werner and Lucinda. Except for one thing. Except this. The day that Werner brought the girl down from the spire to me. The day that I touched her soft, timid hand. The day that I wiped away her tears. But we don't know whether his plan was just to draw out and destroy the Witch King's remnants, or if he also wanted to destroy the Gudrun Gessad's gotcha. That was the day that I became certain of it. I loved this child, and not because she was their daughter, but because I saw in her something that none of us had. Why did she just not stop then? I don't get it. Cora, why didn't you just stop then? You deserve a better life than this, Viviana. If there really is one. So why is... okay. "23 years ago, I heard the sound of fighting from below, and gave the resonance pipeline at the top of the spire a little push. Because to Kara in the end, destroying the Golden Gesas is more important than yeah, okay. And yet she didn't bring herself to hurt Viviana. Yeah, no, okay, I got that. I just wanted her to stop. That sounded like a reasonable thing for her to do, I think. 23 years ago. I mean, obviously people do what's, like, is their priority. And her priority was, dying. I mean, if she knew Viviana, well, okay, I guess she couldn't knew that Viviana would kill her, but, like, I just seems unreasonable to me. 23 years ago, I heard the sound of fighting from below, and gave the resonance pipeline at the top of a spire a little push. I don't know, maybe they will, like, you know, I'm still... actually, Tavina, do you know, does this... I'm guessing this has, like, probably 9 or 10 stages, right? Just because it's supposed to be long, you know? So I'm basically I'm at stage 6. I'm, like, a little bit after half. 10 stages, yeah. So I'm just a little bit after half. They will probably, like, still maybe explain stuff that happened. Celebration summer events are all 10 stages? Yeah. I thought so. I normally guess the length of the event by, like, the number of stars you can get them, or, like, the little hexagons, but it doesn't show here. Anyways. I guess I also still am not completely understand what destroying the Golden Gesats like does. Like, they played some weird ass melody now instead of Golden Gesats, which like hurt people, but they also mentioned them dying, so I guess it makes sense, you know, it's a magic melody. And it's played by like a lot of people, and those are all like strong people apparently in terms of music. So it makes sense it would be that strong, but yeah, I guess Getterman affected the minds of the tenants, made them see the Witch King as the rightful ruler. Yeah. But that was... Why did they overall just keep playing that then? After Witch King died? They are trying to break the mind control propaganda experiment. Yes, that I get. I'm most like, why did they have to kill people to achieve that? It's a magic enchantment, it doesn't just go away. Yeah, I mean, they could have just changed the national anthem after the guy died. You can't do justice. Why not? Okay. Well, maybe I'm stupid, but why not? Just a little push. Something anyone could do. Herbst is the most powerful caster on Terra, remember? Yeah, I do remember, but... Oh wait, they did mention that it is in their hearts, actually, right? Somehow. In the hearts of Latvian people. So, like, the other song they played was, like, supposed to get it out of their hearts, but it also killed a bunch of them. Something like that. If they try to change the national anthem and then everyone would reject the new one. Just a little push. Something anyone could do. It created the tiniest gap in Herkunshorn's defensive arts. He had never imagined that a humble maidservant would have the courage to betray him. Because again, mind control. Yeah, I guess I'm just not following the plan in that case, like, at all. Like, they are trying to destroy it, so... but, like... If they can't, then... yeah. Today, I tampered with the resonance pipelines of the Twin Empress's spires. Lighted was restored to Witch King's tuning components, according to the arts he left behind in the copy of the Golden Gesats, then activate them with my own humble arts. Life is too short. Do nothing and you leave no trace behind, like the clouds floating past the spires. But no one should drift with the wind like that, unable to determine their own future. Many desires change. I'm just the first to extend my hand. I hope that after this, all good people, or all the people I love, will have a true future.
Awesome!
Awesome!
Victory! Texas,
I honestly...
did you see how I sparkled on the stage?
Oh wait, that was... Right, okay. I wanted to say I didn't even remember that I actually fought. But yeah, I did. It was just an hour ago. You know, I was still in that one stage. Like I said, the goal is to hijack it and turn it on itself. Think of it like sticking a wrench in a dishwasher to make it tear itself apart.
Doctor!
Oh, yeah. Okay. Oh shit, weird. So, like... You know what? I have to play ads in like 30 seconds. I'll think about it, and then I'll might be able to fucking speak. Maybe I need a moment. But yeah, I'll play that, and then I guess I'll yap a lot, and I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hi. So, okay. So, shit, I thought I'm ready to fucking talk about this. What I'm basically not understanding is, if the song, the Gulden Gesetz, is like, well, making them think that the Witch King was cool, because he like wrote it or something, and like the song itself was basically mind control, even though like probably not like completely right, but they still decided to kill the Witch King, right? They still did that. But even if they killed the Witch King who made the song, they still like used the song he wrote. So like it might control them into liking the song, but not Witch King. Does it make sense? Well, okay, no, that doesn't make sense to me. That's, I guess, the issue mostly right now. Witch King also. Yeah, okay, no, I know that there was like the 10 parts before. One of them then went away because Siracusa, like, I don't know, took it with them, destroyed it. And he, like, rewrote it. Yeah, to not include the Siracusa one. So... Hey, look, closure. I'll do my one pull. Okay, cool.
Doctor? It's Padenko.
Hi.
Here to say hi. If you have time, I'd love for you to come by
So
the
I
greenhouse.
just got back? Oh, yeah, no issue. What was your question? Well, I was wondering... Well, okay, basically that the song... I mean, what... Oh, let me scroll a bit. Okay, the Golden Melody affects the minds of Latvians and made them see the Witch King as the rightful ruler, yet they still decided to kill him. Basically, so how? Why?
This room is clean enough, I guess.
That's
I
like
am
the...
not entirely new to the land. What you just did.
And
falls
if they did
outside
kill
the
him,
etiquette.
why even after that? Well, that's basically what I said before. Well, I guess the answer is mind control. But if he was mind controlling, okay, no, it wasn't him. I guess that was like whoever wrote the Golden Melody originally, that fucking 1,000 years ago. Because it's not hard mind control, yeah. It's just like sort of push them to feel more like he should be the leader. Okay, in that case, if they still like, if it wasn't hard mind control, and he was, and they still decided to kill him, why? That's basically what I asked before. It must be so frustrating trying to talk with me. If they still went against the Golden Melody and killed the Witch King through soft mind control, why did they not choose to stop using the song? Since it's not hard mind controlling them. You know? Because the song is magical enchantment on all of Latvian. Yeah, okay. That's kinda... what I said with the fact that it's in their hearts, how they mentioned. Even if you don't play it actively, it's still there. Okay.
Let's really decorate this place. It'll be cozy in no time. Promise.
No, I mean, that makes sense now. I guess. It still feels, I don't know, it feels off to me somehow, but I don't know. It's not a common knowledge that it's mind control. Imagine if you're a normal civilian and someone says you need to destroy the national anthem, it's mind controlling you. Oh, you think they were nuts? Yeah, that is true. But even if it was not an original song by them, I don't know, I feel like if we had a leader that was so bad that we had a fucking revolution against them, we would, I don't know, that's just maybe how I think. I probably wouldn't want the song they like rewrote changed to be that, but I wouldn't, yeah. And in fact,
With a foot in the darkness, the light becomes clearer. You want to see? No, you don't belong there.
well, the thing is, he rewrote the song when he was still a competent ruler. Oh yeah, okay, okay, that I do know that. You need to separate the art and the artist, right? Because the magical enchantment, the Golden Gessarts, played out of harmony because of the missing Syracusa was causing huge amount of destruction. Okay, so no, I do think I get it now. I just needed to ask competent questions to get to the answers I needed. So thank you for giving me those. That is why having chat is useful. So we need to destroy the thing that literally saved our country because it makes people like our country too much. Sounds fucking bad shit. No, yeah, that makes sense. But now they decided to do it well, okay, what you said, like without
Fate.
I guess
I've pursued it, confronted it,
like
and finally
force
strangled it
it to
death.
happen, to destroy
You've done the same.
the golden melody. Valkyra goes, I think people liking our country is much too much is fucked up, yeah. And they decided, okay, the one, I guess, last, hopefully, unless there is follow-up question from that, I need to know. So, okay, so it's in, like, the melody is still there, even if it's not played, somehow, like, the people hear it. The music turns them into Nazis, yes. But, so they're like, the plan was basically during the performance they would like somehow change it. Gora did it with her like somehow, but it doesn't matter, that's not really part of what I need to know. And the fact that they changed the music, they changed it into something that would like, I guess, would be the range. They played the range instead. In the fucking washing machine. Which would, like, destroy it. But that is causing people to die. That is, like, dangerous. And I don't... Like, I get that it's magic, so it makes sense that it could have some side effects, but why is it like causing that much harm? or like what is the effect it's actually having on people, I guess. They were like kind of panicking and stuff. I know that, you know, Evan Holtz had the whole thing where it's not like affecting him.
Fate. I've pursued it.
Because they're all affected with
confronted
magic.
And finally
that's just-
strangled it to death.
I mean, that makes sense
same.
because magic is just like a, you know, you can just say that. I guess I kind of just have to accept that it like kills them. It just kills them. Some of them. Oh shit, this is a cool banner. If I didn't just get read, this would be interesting. Oh, and Vendela is the character I kinda just met in the main story. The magic is a metaphor. So, for revolution. Okay. Dorothy creature, yeah. Okay. So the magic happening is metaphor and the revolution just kills some people because they were like... Okay. No, I mean, okay, I can see that, but it just doesn't make sense to me as like an in-game explanation. But I guess it's very much it's magic explanation in-game. So I missed the first couple hours of the streams. I don't really remember how CT6 opened. That's fine, that's fine. I mean, as I said, I appreciate the answers. I feel like it was mostly what I was confused about. Okay, so the magical explanation is that they have magic in their hearts and the method of pulling that out is violent. And some of them just die because of that. No, okay, yeah, that's very much what I imagined, right? Just... I don't know, I guess the answer doesn't feel satisfying to me. I guess that's the problem. Like, I get it, I think I get it, but it just doesn't feel like a satisfying answer to me. I guess I can settle it on that. Concerto Resurrection. Sin Long renounces God up to me. Enemies long vanquished have risen again. The clouds above Zwillingstürme are floating so freely. Is this what you wanted to see at the end? Yeah. Your music helped me see. Incredible. Not through my eyes, but through my mind. I gave Viviana a few hints, as you wished. She wanted so much to have a real family, but she didn't follow her strongest emotions. Nain, my dear friend. It was her feeling for everyone that led to her decision to kill me. Are you satisfied? Why wouldn't I be? I greeted the death under the gaze of the one I loved. No need to mourn for me. This is the best end for a sinner like me, and a sinner like me could hope for. Danke. Thank you both, Viviana, and I will go further. Your emotions will vanish into thin air before long. When the music ends, the strings may continue to vibrate for a while, but all sounds suddenly fade into silence. No one can keep a cloud around Arturia. The sound is frail. Even the most powerful emotions is the greatest desire and the greatest desire will inevitably reach their respective ends. Okay, I found it. It's killing them because they are... Oh, wait, so it's specifically killing only the people who are playing the music, but like everyone is playing the music. Because it's the festival. Or like, I get not everyone, like a lot of people. Okay. Like, makes sense. I also definitely did not catch that it's only killing the spellcasters. I thought it's like killing everyone who just hears the music. I mean, I think it was, for example, but that was probably only the sound, not really everything. And they are being killed by the wrench in the washing machine. Yeah, because I guess they are also in the washing machine. They are playing the music. They are not outside the washing machine, which are probably the people who... Okay, this fucking washing machine metaphor. The people who are just listening are the people who are outside the washing machine and just hear that it's like kinda doing a lot of sound inside and something's probably going wrong. Is that not what you're here for? I'm leaving all my emotions and memories to you. Did you find what you were looking for? Yes, perhaps I'll know soon. Goodbye, Arturia. I hope you find your answer in melody. Yeah, but they're also standing next to Nazis who want people to die to fuel Herkunshorn's summoning. Yeah. There's just all sorts of bad shit happening. Makes sense. Gora Lowenstein, my gentle and stubborn friend, I was glad to have you on this journey. I'll work to achieve the future we sought together. You and I. Again, thank you for finding answers for me. I was just not following what was happening there. I guess I was to some extent following, but no, I wasn't. When I say that, I feel like I'm just making excuses for myself. I wasn't following. We'll meet again in a melody. Oh, Gora is fading away. Get away from her. Herr Rainer. Gora. There's no need to explain. You made your decision and put it to action. As for the rest, this isn't the time to speak of it, for neither of us. The Black Flame took her. It was familiar to what happened at Ludwig's Universität. They were both Herunkstorn's arts, but not quite the same. The caster in the incident was an imitator who activated them by force, but this power feels almost like its own. Red-black energy rambles in the clouds. It does not impatiently dare, slowly and spread. Instead, it paces, watches, and waits on the throne in the clouds. Okay, so the bystanders are also affected by the music? I mean, it makes sense it would affect them. Like, it's apparently destroying the whole song, the process, right? And they apparently all have the song inside them. Because the whole point of the music is that it affects the minds of people listening, and Gora has fucked it up. Yeah, she changed the song. Kinda. Do you see it? The great Herkunshorn has heeded our call and granted us an audience. He has called forth the staircase leading to his eternal spire, the Genesis horn. Yeah, okay, I was thinking that it must be somehow affecting them as well, specifically because of the dialogue between Ebenholz and Lessing, right? But I was like, yeah, maybe it's just affecting them differently since they're not playing the music. Or something. But yeah. So it just... Some people are able to survive the fucking golden melody being destroyed inside them and some not. I guess that's just the answer. I don't know. He has called forth the staircase leading to his eternal spire, the Genesis horn. The followers of the Witch King laugh. They play the most piercing notes of the instruments, aiming them at their own chests and throats. Okay, so basically everyone is in a huge amount of pain, yeah. I know that specifically Ebenholz said that he's like fine because he had like the voice of mundane and he's like, oh yeah, I went through something worse my whole life, so it's kinda chill. And Lessing was like, yeah, I was trained for the golden melody being destroyed my entire life, so it's chill. But yeah, it was like affecting... Or is, I guess. Is it still playing? Actually, is the song still playing or did it stop? They play the most piercing... Yeah, okay, it's still playing. It sounds like the most piercing notes on their instruments, aiming them at their own chests and throats. Or not, maybe that's something else. They are just killing themselves now. In response, the black clouds extend several tendrils towards them. Yeah, it's playing. I kinda thought so. I guess they can't stop, because it felt like even the people who were playing it kinda wanted to stop. Okay, a lot of them were actually like the remnants, who don't want the golden melody to cease, right? They want the golden melody to continue, because they like the Witch King. And I guess it also... Yeah. So they probably couldn't like stop playing it. Or to some extent, maybe. Because I feel like yeah, they wouldn't want to play it. I guess they might also not know the people that are playing it specifically. Like what is happening? I feel like normal people kinda have no idea what's happening right now, right? The remnants don't know that this is going to destroy the golden melody. They are doing it to summon the Genesis horn. But they wanted to play the normal golden melody, no? The remnants, I thought. But maybe... Oh no, that's probably what... maybe Cora told them that this is... Since she did infiltrate them. So she maybe like told them, oh yeah, do this. It will be kind of weird, but let's just play this song instead. You want to hijack the normal Galadin to summon the Genesis horn. Okay. And then Cora hijacked their hijack. Oh, I see, okay. So it's like, it's a third melody. But then Viviana killed Cora, so the summoning is working. Okay, well, in this case, they... Well, this is like the worst case scenario then. Because, like, I think... I would agree that destroying the golden melody would be good. The bad part was kinda the fact that it killed a bunch of people, caused them extreme pain. But I think the fact that the golden melody would be destroyed would be like overall good if it wasn't killing people. But since Korra, now the people still died, and I guess maybe more people would die if it continues. It probably would just cause more people to die, because the melody wasn't destroyed as a whole, I'm guessing. Since it stopped, they would probably have to like finish it for it to be destroyed or whatever, like the song. But now the people still died, and now they are even managing to summon the Genesis horn. So it's like a not great scenario. It's not great, but we also don't know what summoning the Genesis horn will do yet. Yeah, that is right. The movement is the foundation on which Tatianan is built. Its destruction will undermine everything: our aesthetics, our habits, and usage of arts, and convert system to imperial authority. Yeah, they did say something like that. Not something like that. Probably exactly this. So, like, it would change. It would change the country. It's almost like it's like a metaphor for revolution. I don't know how I think about that. It's almost like something that came to me suddenly. So yeah, that's why they haven't changed the movement, because it's the foundation of that culture. Okay. The dying cultists kiss the hand of their king, has extended and become one with the black flame, ascending to become part of the dark cloud that now hovers above the twin spires. Well, you're so smart and insightful. Thank you. I know, right? The sky cracks with the dissonant sword. This might be such a frustrating stream for you to watch, Davina, and everyone else. Latvian's greatest and most terrible sovereign, Harkonnen issues his edict to his people. Arknights is really back. We have a problem. Bound by the arts inherited to the movement, the people continue to play, but the altered good and Gesats now only feeds Harkonnen's power. Because Korra died. I'm guessing. This is a normal conversation to me, okay. I just feel really stupid. What did you just do? Try to shoot the cloud. Now's not the time for this madness. Madness? Not at all, Lessing. Do you know how long I've waited for this moment? I was destined for this ever since his noise was forced into my head. No, since the day I was born. You told me to fight, to face my responsibility and sins head on. And you were completely right. Harkonnen is my sin, and it is my responsibility to face him. I just need a way to drag him down from his palace in the clouds, or whatever he is. Or I could send you up. What? An invisible thread catches him by the collar. It is light, gentle, and cold. I think threads, they were before connected to the like Framont guy or whatever was his name. Farmont, something. Who are you? Oh, okay. A different lich. I guess that makes sense. Rude to yell at someone who just saved your life, don't you think? Ermi, yeah. The Black Flame. Is Ermi playable? The Black Flame. It landed right where I was standing. Listen to Lessing and stop shaking your wand at the clouds. He can be a little stiff. But he's more reliable than most. She's not playable, I see. Well, we'll have to wait for her altar to come out. That was awfully sudden, Ermengarde. Were you expecting a schedule? A timetable? I rushed all the way back from Castel. Looks like much wear and tear there is on my cube thing. Okay, Castel. Interesting. Yeah, cube. She doesn't even have a base unit and you already think about Ermengarde out there? Yeah. I'm just, same, I'm waiting for Talulach out there. I'm waiting. My head got all dirty too. Mind if I clean it with your horn? Yes. You're no fun. Just keep your hands off my horns. How bad is the situation? Extremely. I actually have no idea. This is not a question about Arknights, but I guess animals with horns in general. Are they like nerves in the horns? Do you feel... do animals feel their horns, like if someone touches them and stuff like that? Depends on that. Okay, that makes sense, obviously. Extremely. I don't even need witchcraft to tell you that much. This place is filled with threats that don't belong to it. It's so messy not even a lynch could clean it up. A little rain won't solve anything. For goats, there is a bone core, lots of blood nerves, and then the outer layer, which is keratin. They can definitely feel when you touch them. Gotcha, okay. Are you a lich too? Do I look the part? No, do I not look the part? I thought. Which makes Ines carving her horns to look like sarcasm pretty unpleasant to think about. Yeah, it's probably not very pleasant. You thought liches were all old men with long white beards, dressed in robes covering head to tail, with skeletal staves in their hands? I did not think that, because I'm pretty sure the first lich I was introduced to. Yeah, okay, Tavina, I have a question. Very important one. Monster, but like the playable one in her humanoid form, or whatever. I don't know what that is about still, but like, you know how she looks, right? Are the things on her head horns? Do you qualify them as horns? It's kinda just, I guess, I don't know, yeah. Are they horns? I thought liches would have more refined vocabularies. What happened to the old man? I just think of them as weird rock things? Okay. You know the first thing about him, don't you? Of course, he went straight into that cloud. He strode back from the border of Latvianian the moment Herr Gunstorn opened his eyes on the throne. And he pulled on all the threads too. I'm sure even the liches of Castel could hear his cursing. How many of you are here? Everyone who could come. Do you realize how inconvenient this is? It's like you were planning to move, and had loaded all your scrolls and talisman into the truck. Then the very next day you hear that your old home is getting blown up. I mean, can't you Latvianians keep things together for even a single day without us? The liches are back. This is a serious situation. The Genesis horn is about to descend. Grimacht, your violin. But I love Ermi. She's pretty cool. Good. We haven't played together in a while. Liselotte. I like her hat. Yeah, the ensemble performance should be coming to a close. As it the custom, then it is our turn. She's pretty fun. Oh, she shows up late in a later event. Cool. I'm guessing she will also show up, maybe, at the final part of the second arc in Castle. Yeah, that makes sense. So I'm guessing she'll be there. She's quite fun. Yeah, the ensemble performance could be coming to a close, as is the custom. Then it's our turn. Hergun of Shorn, the calamity that Latvianin has always been destined to face. We already beat him once. We can do it again. It's the Kaiserinen's melody. Grimacht and Evignade. I think that was how you pronounced that. Evignade. Evignade. Have made their move. Do what you need to, Viviana. We'll do our part as well. Golden light floats out from the Gesset's Wachter's sword and armor. As the light engulfs him, the other Gesset's Wachter responds to the Empress's melody. Beams of arts shoot towards the sky from every corner, drawing closer together and joining up. The sky is covered in black, but an even brighter cloud rises from the ground. Under the golden arch, the sound of an organ gently covers those beneath the twin spires, while the violin's passionate soaring notes pierce the rolling clouds like a sword. Dozens of hands weave thousands of threads, plucking as the melody in the sky and the wind, making them even clearer. The twin empresses, the Gessetzwachter, and the Liches. All the guardians of Latvianin stands together against its former king, now returning from the void. The chaos grows. Only the Kaiserinen's melody can fight Herkumshorn. Melody? Organ, violin, and cello. I can hear the cello. It's part of the noise, not at all like ordinary music. Your ears are accustomed to hearing music, but mine are equally receptive to a full form of sounds. The conclusion is clear. Arturia has escaped from prison. Yeah, I guess I don't know exactly what's Arturia deal still. Because she clearly, like, is doing something. Piercing noise. What is this? The falling black flame. It's standing up like a human. Is it a work of Originem Arts, or... The unfortunate truth is... I probed them with witchcraft, and there are fragments of human emotions contained in the art's energy within. Are they still alive? Of course not. Even we, who deal with death on a daily basis, couldn't survive with neither a body or a soul. What we're seeing are merely shadows of their former lives, or as the fanatics would put it, echoes, lingering ones. The flame standing like a human showed up in the manhwa. In the virtual one, you mean? Right. That was in like the second part when, like, you know, when she was already adult. When they went to that one place at the lake or whatever. I know exactly what I'm talking about. Is that it? Yeah, okay. And the fanatics would put it echoes. Good. Good for them. I guess their dream came true. It's not good news. Normally, such echoes can only exist in, how do I put this, a space where flesh and blood cannot exist, or anything else tangible. Where there is no concept of life and death, no passage of time. The only thing that can survive there is information. Under normal circumstances, echoes are simply trails of information that exist only as a lingering illusion. It really is lingering echoes, huh? Damn. Was not expecting Arknights reference in my Arknights. But the emotions I felt in that black flame were flowing. Get to the point. You're as impatient as a block of wood. Fine. You're not liches. Long story short, reality is being encroached upon, and Herr Gunfshorn has really spruced up that little pocket dimension of his. His consciousness probably lives on within. So you said you could send us help. Send us up. Absolutely. But are you sure about this? Like I said, no one's ever been inside, other than Herr Gunfshorn. If he can exist there, why couldn't I? I might as well try. To be young and daring. After dealing with boring, depressed old folks and the mercenaries of Castel for so long, I forgot roulette cannons could be interesting. Unfortunately, not even liches have a way to send the living into that space. Entering the Genesis Zone requires a stable connection between the two dimensions. It's like me calling out to my teacher and him answering in response. Could be bleating of those masked loonies actually wake him? Yeah. Absolutely not. The old man spent over a decade trying everything he could think of, from ancient Sarkas witchcraft to the latest Latvian arts, all to no avail. He even tried bringing Temple of the Liches directly to Zwillingstürme until the other masters came together to stop him. Can you tell where the source of this problem is? It is right in front of us, the Twin Empress's spires. Would you like me to exile the Twin Spires along with everybody inside? I mean, I could. It's not even hard. I could exile all of Zwillingstürme if you want. If that was a joke, it's not funny. Fine, then when it comes down to it, you won't be relying on us liches to act, right? Your Gesetzwachter have drawn the curtains. What would they do if the Genesis horn goes out of control, to the point where even the Twin Empresses couldn't stop it? They destroyed the Twin Spires, along with the entire amphitheater. Piercing noise. Here it comes again. The remnants of the Witch King. They just won't leave me alone, even in death. Ermengarde and I will take care of matters here. Go to the Twin Empress's spires and find the path into the Genesis horn. Take this. What's this? A cloth knot? No memories, no mementos, please. I don't need them. It's a communicator, not a memento. Villages use threats to communicate with each other. I don't know Sarkaz witchcraft, so I have to rely on a physical object. Pull the knot lightly like this, and Emmengarde and I will receive that message. You'd better. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Maybe a little mortally wounded, but I can fix that. He's so nice. How to now go and face what you need to, Ebenholz. Everything I need to protect is below. Besides, someone needs to watch your back and keep your escape route open. I think this is the first time I've seen him smile. Alright, I'll try to come back alive. I know we will. You too. Oh, they are friends. Who goes there? A Sancta and then Imperial Caster. Hello, my name is Viviana Droste. The Imperial Casters are all on the bridge below, fighting Herkun shown alongside the Kaiserinen. I don't expect to run into anyone on this floor. Operator Ebenholz. Alright, they would know each other. Oh, wait, you're with Rhodes Island? Huh, what are the odds? I am an executor of Laterano Notarial Hall. We have a cleaning agreement with Rhodes Island. I was permitted to access some operators' records while aboard the lightship. Okay, don't know each other, but Federico knows about Ebenholz. Rhodes Island? You should come as well, it's nice there. I have a few friends with a lot of history with that place. Yeah, you should come visit. Does that mean we are on the same side? Piercing noise. They have got up. Do you hear it? Above, near the top. Yeah, it's getting clearer. A cello? Yes, it's Arturia's music. A greyish rain falls on the balcony, flowing backwards before it can touch Arturia's strings and forming a cloud before her. Or rather, a smoke ring. I knew the arts of those Caprinae wouldn't stop my smoke ring. And here I thought my first audience member would be my obsessed little brother. Enough, little angel. No one wants to hear you play. I thought you wished to enter the Genesis Horn, Herr Frenman. The Austere Authority too. You all want to clean up Herr Gunfshorn's grim legacy, but deep down, you harbor other desires. Grimact wants power. As for you, such deeply etched emotions. The Witch King's closest confidant, a clash of ideologies, and the joining of arts. Your friendship was practically synonymous with Latvian's golden age. And doesn't your parting of ways make this reunion of old friends all the more alluring? What are you, Bleb? Are you reading my mind? Not even the King of Sarkaz dared browse my scrolls. Watch yourself if you doing so, Angel. The music of your heart simply resonates with mine. Just as my music reaches the ears of many, I can't choose not to hear the whispers of your heart. So that's your little trick. Your music was the key. Herr Gunfshorn's true melody had nothing to do with the score he scribbled down. The soul of the traitor will lead them to the lost Genesis horn. Seaman, Loris, Brent, Gerhard, and Gora. I found the Witch King's final words, buried in the depths of their emotions. Good for you. You got to hear his dying ramblings. Would you like a medal from Latgenian? You can take it and scram. Flatter on, back to Laterano. A grey cloud appears beneath Arturia. Oh? The soul of the traitor is referring to the betrayal of Sancta. Oh. Where is it? Shit, I can't see it right now. I know they said it, just want to... Am I blind? Why is there not Control F in this? Scroll down. Yeah, okay, the soul of the traitor will lead them to the Lost Genesis horn. I see. Okay, when I read it the first time, I thought it would be like... I kinda thought they were talking about Gora because she kinda... I guess... Depending on how you look at it, right? I guess if she actually did betray anyone or not. And then they mention her right in the next message. No, yeah, I think you're right. Oh, okay. As always. Gora did actively sabotage the Witch King. Yeah, okay. Yeah. She made a hole in his defensive arts. I don't remember that. But yeah, let's go with that. I know she sabotaged the Golden Melody. A grey cloud appears beneath Arturia. But she nonetheless is also here. Yeah. It explodes and engulfs the Sancta and her instrument. Sorry, Herr Fremont. I cannot stop. I must see Herr Gunfshorn. I want to play him. I want to feel the life he led, his thoughts in his last moments, and the intense emotions that still echo in the skies above Latgenian, long after his death. I want an answer. Your Bellatrix will only hasten your death, Sancta. I tried, Professor. I buried my head in the tomes of the spire, looking for an answer within their pages. Lives are so fragile. One wrong choice, and they are gone forever. But Herr Gunshorn's will remains unwavering, even in death, like an everlasting spire. What makes him so special? Can Herr Gunshorn truly be killed? But she doesn't like the Nazis, but she did also literally help summon the Witch King. Whoops. Well, she wanted to speak with him, yeah? Makes sense. His arts are inside both me and Hildegard. We wore weapons made to fight him. Was he ever truly mortal? If only something designed to defeat him can do so. Much better, yeah. They had you told Herfgunstern the secret of eternity, hiding beneath a curtain not belonging to this land. He was avoided a gaze of death itself. They might like talk about it more, but it's definitely kind of a weird ship, let's say. Like until now, while she was causing deaths, I was thinking like, okay, like she has kind of her good intentions somewhat, or like her ideal, I guess, that she tries to like walk towards, to like show people, I don't know. But then she also wants to talk with Hitler, just to have a little chat. Anyways, I have to play ads, so we'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Hello, hi. uh, they say you told Herkunshorn the secrets of eternity, hiding behind the curtain and not belonging to this land. He has avoided the gaze of death itself. What is that dimension like? The Liches have studied it for thousands of years, but no one has ever entered it, other than Herkunshorn. By doing so, he's learned more than any of us. Are you not curious? Don't you want to seal the Genesis horn and take it for the Liches? We could bring back all of this knowledge. The Sarkas could make use of it. Risk? Since when do we need to listen to the twins? Lathanin has never been our country. The risk comes from the dimension itself. The void, the endless demons. The void is far from empty. It is filled with danger, the unknown. No. Enough. What was that blackness just now? Was it your last death, Herr Frenmot? You glimpsed into the void. It almost followed you. I've heard the Liches can extend their lives almost indefinitely. Then, do you still feel fear when facing the destruction of the flesh? You're talking about matters you do not and should not understand. Why not? Life is short. Why must we approach its conclusion knowing nothing? The forbidden is forbidden for a reason. If you want to abandon your pursuit, then you will have to die here. Thousands of threads rain down from the void beneath the lich, faster than a gale and thicker than a deluge. They wrap themselves around Arturia's cello, her bow and strings, as well as her hands and torso. Exile. The old lich has no plans to allow her to return to Laterano. He wants her to disappear quietly. Arturia smiles. She draws her bow, perhaps for the last time. Forgive me my ignorance and arrogance, Herr Frenmot. But I'd rather die the very next second, fall into the void, be lost to chaos, then stop playing. The last note sounds, before she is swallowed by the infinite void. Arturia knows her performance is complete. Do you see it, Ermengarde? Thanks for the heads up. There are so many threads here that my soul was almost shaken from my body before I could see it clearly. That's the Genesis horn. It looks so much like the Witch King's legendary spire. The dark cloud cracks. It's like a great eye slowly opening up in the void. Reflected within is none other than the dark spire last seen 23 years ago. Right in between the twin spires, right where it used to be. Was the Genesis spire ever truly toppled? Did Herkunshorn, the Witch King, ever truly die? Did every Arcadian's nightmare just return, or did it never leave? I'll get myself an energy drink to fuel my caffeine addiction. The sound of the cello is gone. Arturia. Herr cello. But I'm fucking unable to open it. Do notice moving. It's running from Blessing and the Lich. This place isn't normal. Extinguish the candle. Frau Droste, don't use any arts. I have no idea what's going to happen next. The stairs, they have changed? Is this some kind of art? An illusion created by Frau Cialo's music? Or something else? Herr Evenholt? Only faint footsteps. Soon, not even that. The spiral staircase continues to extend further and further until its end is no longer in sight. Am I walking up or down? Viviana feels her consciousness grow distant. All she knows for sure is that she is alone on these stairs. Okay, we are combating.
Let's go! Take them all by storm!
Okay.
Oh, relax. I already called dibs on the most lucrative real estate in hell.
I kinda
To
fucked
share
up,
with
didn't
all of
I?
you. Apple pie!
Okay, maybe not fucked up, but could have probably played a bit better.
Draw swords. Got it. Alrighty.
Let's just like ignore the mechanic completely. How about it?
What? You've got time to take in the sights? Divine judgment!
And also speed up.
Got it.
Oh, I also actually look at something. I don't know if it was yesterday, but somewhat recently, I talked about the green certificate store. Yeah, it's actually like it's definitely not worth it to go for the third station, or it's not station, like a part of it. It's like the Orundum you get there is just not all that much, and just getting there apparently costs like 8,000. And if you would spend 8,000 on just Orundum, it's apparently like not even a 10 pool. The third tier is just for full-on whales who have more green certs than they can spend, yeah.
Anyone in front of me who still feels like blinking?
I was like saving it kinda the whole time, not using it on the materials, thinking that yeah, when I just save a lot, it will be good to get that, right? But yeah, it's just kind of an absurd amount. Okay, yeah, I fucked up. I actually fucking died. Maybe I am supposed to like engage with the mechanic. That's crazy.
I'm sorry. I wasn't good enough to be your help.
Maybe they want me to engage with the game's mechanic. What the fuck? So yeah, I actually just went today and bought 15 kohol from there. I know, very cool.
Let's go. Draw swords. Get in, get out. Follow me! Got it. You can't stop me. Apple pie! What? You've got time to take in the sights? Alrighty. Got it. Shut up.
But yeah, I was basically like, I was not saving everything, but I was basically saving every time. I guess I'll just keep always getting to the second one to get to the pools, even though they are quite expensive. But I think I can quite reasonably get it every month. So yeah. And to get materials if I need them. Are you like gonna go? No? You don't plan to?
Boring. There's no fluking between success and failure. Got it. Cut them to pieces.
Oh shit.
Yes.
Wait, did I? This is supposed to be correct, no? What? Am I stupid? I guess so, yeah.
Gotta admit,
I guess I am.
Teamwork isn't really my thing.
Okay, oof. I'm like really bad at this game. You were kind of just, you know, not dying.
Now that's a fresh experience.
Awaiting orders. Cut them to pieces.
Let me double their trouble.
Solid positioning.
I would love to have like a lot of money so I could be a full-on whale. That would be kinda cool.
I only do what I need to. Got it. You can't stop me.
I'd already spent like quite a lot.
Here we are.
I would say, like, definitely amounts that, like, me a few years ago would think are definitely a whale numbers. But after having a job, that kind of changes. Funnily enough, my mom always told me that I'll start valuing money more after I get the job. I think it was the opposite, actually, what happened.
Nice weather today. Can you do it?
Sight's locked. Sorry. Forgot to hold that back. Boring. I don't like damage. Unless it's necessary.
I think we're fine now.
Boring. There's no fluking between success and failure.
Can you move, please? No? Come on, man.
Uh-huh. I have nothing against you guys. It's just the story of our lives.
Probably could have played Mostima earlier, but I was worried that she would just slow the guy even more so he wouldn't get to the range of people who deal more damage. Specifically Exu. The doctor will be here soon. Are you crying, Viviana? I don't think I have the strength to wipe away your tears anymore. You're too kind, too gentle, I often think back to the day we first met. I had come to Zwillingstürme from Zwillingstürme to Stormland just to take you out of Werner's Spire. You huddled in the back seat, holding onto your tiny suitcase and leaning gently against my chest. I was wondering, was this little girl scared to leave her father? Scared of life in foreign Casimirs? But no, you were just trying to stay low, so no one would see your horns and cause trouble for Werner. Even though it was so late at night, and no one would have paid attention to a car leaving the Great Spire of the Kurfürst. You were so little back then. I don't remember that. I don't remember that. Nain, you do. You can lament, you can blame, you can mourn, you can regret, you can rage. All that, and only then can you... Please, don't leave me. You're the only one I have left. Let me see you one last time. I'm right here. I'm so glad I can't see the expression on your face right now. It's a pretty funny thing to say. Funny in like a sad way. You deserve a better life than this, Viviana. If there really is one. Tall as the Empress's tower is, it is not endless, or so she believes. The spiral staircase extends before her, but direction itself seems to be torn apart by some unknown, irreversible power. She keeps moving forward, but she can't make any progress. Viviana is tired, and when one is tired, it is easy to notice what one has lost. Not unlike the 22 years of her life. Are you lost? Viviana looks up. She sees a young Caprinae woman whose face is filled with curiosity and concern. Sorry, I must have bumped into you in my hurry. It's alright. Are you okay? You look very pale. I'm fine. I was just thinking about something. Do you know this place well? Yeah, I live nearby. Where does this lead? Didn't you come here on your own? Where it leads is entirely up to where you want to go. Interesting. What an interesting staircase. Take care now, I'll be going. Where I want to go. Viviana's fingers brush the handrail next to her. Ochre paint covers the emblem of Ortica under a thick layer of dust, so bright it could have been painted yesterday. The Witch King. She recalls the historical novel, The Die Glut. When the Witch King first ascended to the throne, he gave his builders a blueprint of the Genesis Spire, a monument so great, the likes of which Latvian had never seen. Simply gazing upon the plans was enough to make one short of breath, as though standing before its foundation. The Witch King was scrupulous about every last detail of the Genesis Spire, down to the material and paints used for every fence and railing, which must never fade in color. It would become the sole symbol of Latvian. Has the Genesis horn fully descended? But that woman just now... Viviana comes to a startling realization. The Cabernet who just paused by her was one of the young people living on the outskirts of Zwillingstürme, in the prime of her life, busy and tireless, her voice emanating and warmth of a fresh cup of tea. Emanating the fresh warmth of the tea. Warmth of the fresh tea. She should not be here. Neither the Empress Spire nor the Genesis Horn. Viviana turns around. No one is there. What about you, Viviana? Why are you here? Why did you come back to Latvian? Why did you leave? You couldn't say goodbye to your father. You couldn't return to the spire of your childhood, that tower you memorized along with the rain and wet moss. You watched Cora die in your arms. You couldn't take her away from this dusk-scorched city. What can you stop? What can you change? What can you possibly accomplish? If the Witch King isn't dead, if he sits at the end of the endless spiral, would you beg him for enlightenment, just like those fanatics? It really does sound a bit absurd. The staircase stretches on and on, until Viviana sees a door in an inconspicuous corner. A tiny familiar door. Attempting to turn left at each intersection to ensure progress through continuous deviation. Unsuccessful. Attempting to descend. Failed to reach bottom of the staircase after 45 minutes. Attempt unsuccessful. Federico has spent a long time on the staircase of the Empress's Spire. He stops in his tracks after yet another failed attempt. At the most basic level, arts are a rigid form of order. That when empresses would not have hired a mentally ill architect to design their spires, and no artificer could have reached such orderless architecture. My judgment was impaired due to my experience at Ludwig's Universitat's Soneta Spire. The distortion occurring within this tower is unrelated to art. Has the Genesis Horn covered the Empire's Spire, causing changes in reality? Arturia's music is also absent. After a brief pause, Federico pulls out his shotgun and fires in front of him. The sound of the gunshot fills the space, but the projectiles vanish right before him, his eyes, as though wiped away by some formless something. Her Sancta. As he hears the sound, Federico sees the projectiles again, now moving with a slow and clear trajectory, like a rock skipping across the water. Ripples spread, and everything beneath the surface is revealed. Phew. Put away your gun, please. Put away your gun, please. I do not require you to repeat yourself. I've heard something similar from everyone I met on this mission. Of course you did. This is Zwillingstürme, not Laterano. Loris always liked to talk about Laterano. He said that when the Sancta go out, they bang any buildings they don't like, and bang the buildings they do like, even more eagerly. Jan and I used to think he was making things up because he didn't like his hometown very much. Anyway, you look around you. Zwillingstürme is an old city. Any brick or tile could have a score or a poem etched on it by a drunk artist. from a century ago. This is... Federico quickly assesses the site before him. If this place is the Genesis Horn, where the Witch King's legacy is kept, Arturia's final destination. Hey, do you remember the end of episode 13? I believe so, yeah. Is this the same place? I was kinda thinking with the sound effect and the like slowing down, I was thinking has to do something with time, and the end of episode 13, like the Fran would had some time powers, kinda, I think, because they also talked about, you know, the lock and key and some time shit. Yeah, it does look kinda similar. Then it is difficult to believe that his bullets could have broken through some sort of barrier and brought him here from the strange staircase. Federico examines the woman before him. The anger on her face is no more and no less than that of a citizen performing her civic duty to stop a route to rest. Do you understand me, Herr Sancta? Put away your gun, please. Excuse me. We are clearly not on the streets of Zwillingstürme, but we seem unaware of this. You have mentioned Loris and Jan. Assuming you are referring to Loris Borden and Jan Schuller. Could this be Julia? Please, tell me your name. I'm smart. Julia Schuller. This is inside the Genesis Horn, the Witch King's resting place. But the Witch King... Stop looking around, little angel. You got up. I'm not surprised. I wish I could say the same. The last thing I expected was for you to actually cling to a Lich King's threat and be voluntarily exiled. So where is the Lich King? Oh, Witch King. Lich King, that's the League of Legends guy, right? Dead. What else? No, I should be able to sense him. His arts, his emotions, his will, if I just... World of Warcraft. Right, yeah, I know that. I don't know why I said League of Legends. I know it. I mean, I admittedly played only like fucking 10 hours of World of Warcraft, but I know who Lich King is. Fuck. I played Heroes of the Storm, which is the other MOBA, but that one has characters from World of Warcraft. Ah, okay. Warcraft. Defense of the Ancients, right, that's like the... Yeah. I heard about that. That's like the community game mode that was like the first MOBA. Gotcha, okay. I was, in that case, I was basically really close. Yeah, I really was close. Arturia looks around. It is a space without boundaries, defined by only indescribable flows of light like the respiration of the void. She steadies her cello, puts her hand on the strings, and sets her bow. Anyway, you haven't played IS4, have you? I did not. IS4 is the one I think you said is the one that has, like, actual, like, is a lot of lore relevant thing? Or was that 5? Silence. Bow touches string, but the vibration produces no sound. The emotion familiar to her, so natural, has lost all meaning here. Finally noticed? I can't play. I've lost my music. Is it because of the Genesis horn, or the rules of the Witch King? Arrogant, foolish, witless. That pretty halo over your head is shedding light on your pale face. I wish I could see the same on your brain, to your brain. Fuck, I can't read. Do the same to your brain. Fremont is funny. Where do you think you are right now? Inside Herkun Shorn's coffin, a treasure trove for the Pashas of Sargon, a witch's magic pocket from the Victorian fairy tale. Herr Fremont. The beginning and end of all threats. As though muttering to himself, Fremont speaks an unfamiliar word in sarcasm. Or maybe the name he gave it would be more in line with your understanding. Desolate domain. Gargerech? What you're saying is the other side of the real dimension, always in flux. Any rule, any reality disintegrates before it is in an instant. Through the long eons, the Liches have got only glimpses of it, and despite Herr Gunshorn's life's work, the best he could manage was to create a tiny volatile bubble in this infinite world. Interesting. Arthur does not respond to Fremont's anger. She simply touches the strings again, the unbroken hush. There is no disappointment or fear, only confusion. An emotion that only flashes across Arturia's face before she looks up and smiles. Perfect. So the Witch King didn't prolong his will through mystical arts, but instead created his own retreat in Gargerie. This pocket still exists, so he must be here. It's just that there's still a way to go to reach his throne. Aren't you curious what happens if you're exiled again in Gargerie? Arturia realizes that the shadows are growing. The Lich's witchcraft had been moving while she has been speaking. Thread-like shadow grows into thick vines around Fremont, merging into the ambiguous color of the ground and begin to come at her. Death and extinction, decay in its full bloom. I still haven't found my answer. I have to rediscover my music. I must perform the Witch King. I can't die yet. She's perfectly willing to meet her end performing, but what she can't accept is to fade into silence, with the truth so near. The shadows crack, and a grey rain rushes up to engulf all. Der Wiener Urtum rings. Go to the Genesis Spire. The performance begins. New music, new arts, protecting Vedunian against catastrophe and the cannons of Gaul. That said, you might remember that those fuzzy effects did show up in A Blank Forest Was a Dream. I don't think I do. I don't think I remember that. Fuzzy effects. Herkunftstorn. Reality is unstable here. Was it caused by the exile? They showed up when the demons interfered with people's perception. Okay. That is something that happened, yeah. But yeah, I don't remember the fuzzy effects. No, it was like this before we entered Gargerie. Herkunshorn's power is diminishing. The Genesis horn's collapse is accelerating. still alive? The melody, it's gone. She clung to the one string of sound distinct from the environment and escaped the threats of exile. Now the melody has become tangible, emerging from the void and descending before her. It has taken human form. Unintelligible sounds. You are... Was it your melody that saved my life? I guess that kinda means that this place is somehow related. I mean, I think actually since you brought it up, the IS-4 you mentioned is the one that is happening in Sami or has Sami lore in it. So this is definitely like somehow related to that. I really need to get to play more IS, but like basically only game I play off stream is Nugenics. And I play a lot of Nugenics. I played again yesterday. And also, like, while I love Nugenics, one run of Nugenics takes so long. One run of Nugenics takes like 2 hours. Yeah, it's a sequel to Black Forest. Yeah. Unintelligible sounds. Were you a spider caster of the Witch King? The Witch King? How could you think that? I'm sorry. Careful, keep your voice down. Is someone after you? You're hurt. Stay put and hide here. Don't worry, I know this place well. No one will find you.
Wow,
Okay,
Doctor,
what's she doing
you
there?
really are
She
amazing.
disappeared 10 years ago, apparently. While the... Oh shit, there's another mechanic. Ah, that's neat. I just now looked at the background more. Great question, yeah. Welcome to Kargeriechni Mechanics, yes. Composer's Craft. There is no order to be found within chaos. You must grasp whatever little you can. Oh no, I have no characters.
To tremble in my music is your honor.
This place is drowning in the Witch King's aggravating cacophony, so exercise caution. You're hitting it from the wrong side, just saying. There's a tuning note there, but it's protected by the screen and I can't hit it. Anyways, I regret to inform you, but you should probably play IS-4 and learn more about the demons. They only become more relevant as the story goes on. Okay, I guess I will. Huh? That's a pretty intriguing phenomenon, actually. The arts and sounds absorbed by the location appear to have been silenced. Huh? Huh? But at the same time, a new sound was born from it. We can use this to attack the node. Fascinating. Ah, it seems like the energy absorption phenomenon is disappearing. Okay. Even an atonal piece follows the rules of rhythm. Let's see if I can counterpoint a repetition. Success. Now we can reproduce the phenomenon anywhere on the battlefield. You may attack it to continue capturing nodes.
Hurry up.
Well, we are shooting. It doesn't really deal damage. Not that much anyway. So I'm guessing you kinda want me to swap this. Huh? It changed locations. It would seem the laws of creation and annihilation are indeed quite unstable here. We must seize the chance at the opportune time. It's not doing damage because it's being attacked by base lava. Yeah? That's kinda rude. Now, are you trying to suggest that lava is not doing enough damage? Come on. Don't be mean. Furthermore, it appears that no matter how we attack it, the sounds it produces deal only physical damage. We can try attacking enemies with it. I'm saying base lava is an AoE damage demoter that can go past E1. Yeah, so you are calling her weak. I see. Sure.
Hurry up. It's game over for you. If we can prevent more harm this way, I'll stand my ground.
Listen or leave.
But I think we're winning.
Mission accomplished.
Okay. Nocturne Unseen Spire. Okay, just a question, kind of a follow-up on the IS. How much... Okay, I basically said this before. It's very difficult with IS to, like, because of how it is, to actually get, like, this... not like story. Basically, how much would I need to play to get the relevant information? You know? Like, if I would I need to go for oral endings and stuff like that, or how is it? I could technically like read it on the internet, but I just don't really like doing that. If I can avoid that, I did read like a bunch of character records on the internet, but that's just because I don't have the characters that I read. Okay, so Demon and this is ending 3. Okay, so I would need to play like a solid amount. I mean, even the IS that I've played the most, I didn't do ending 3. That's so much endings. But I guess I could at some point do an IS stream. I haven't done IS stream in ages, where I would just focus on IS4 and try to do some shit. I think I also have some strong characters now where IS wouldn't be as difficult to do. Ending 4 is the one where they open the Cosmic Gate to stunt Enfield. Oh, that's neat. Ending 2 also has demon stuff. There's lots of demon nodes. Gotcha. Most of the enemies added in IS3 are people possessed by demons. Okay. Alright. Wait, 3? I thought it was 4. Anyway, you don't really need too much, just like the vibes are helpful, gotcha. Ending 3, you fight a demon. Alright. Ending 2, you fight someone possessing demons, actually. Okay. Okay. Well, I'll probably just... I can do that at some point. Nocturne Neural Sweeping. Unseen Spire. Nocturnal Sweeping, I think they just like the day announced that it will be getting a rerun. There are too many futures unseeable, too many spires unreachable, and so the ferryman sings this nocturne. Watch this video. Okay, I'll copy it and... Wait, that's not the video, okay. So should I... Well, I'll just put it into my Discord. Sometimes I even like look at what I have there. Here's the video, okay. Integrated strategies, expeditioners equal Kumar. Yeah, it's the trailer for Eyes for Or, and Santa introduces you to the demons. Gotcha. You are... Don't just stand there, come inside. This looks like Viviana a little bit. Let me show you around my room. Yeah, it is a small deer. What do you think? You decorated it yourself? Leonie helped. It's so spacious and bright, Vivian. Your room is lovely. Danke. She's so baby, yeah. This room gets more sunlight than any other in the entire spire. As shy and lazy as Stormland's sun is, it never feels too dark in here, even on the cloudiest days. And then there is the veranda. It runs along the entire wall of the room. Look at that view. How far can you see? Look there. At what? The green roof over there. It's the Glenolosia Botanical Garden. Mutti took me there a few times. It has so many plants. We don't see it Stormland. Or even Greater Lat Canyon. But I love its roof the most. Some Bolivarian clovines worked their way up there. It's probably too tall to easily get up onto the roof to trim them. So the stuff just let them grow, and now they are covered the entire thing. In springtime, clusters of pink flowers bloom from the vines, and the roof looks like a pink cloud. And now, in summertime, it's a deep green. The leaves of those vines never drop. By autumn, the roof will turn gold. And in winter, only the perfect sheet of white will remain. Yeah, I can picture it now. Beautiful. No matter how busy Vati was with the government work, he would always take time out of his day to come visit. Mutti would paint the scenery while he quietly told me their stories. Vivian. Yes? Can you share those stories with me? Of Mutti and Vati? The day at Marigold Alley when he waited for her? Nod. Vati said he was determined to say goodbye to her, but once he saw her, he couldn't bring himself to turn and go. Vivian, if two hands are destined to join, why let the lands come between them? So cheesy. Anyway, Vati brought Mutti back into Stormland. He stood right there, beneath the spire, telling the worthies and bigwigs that if they don't show Matti the proper respect, he'd never return to Hofberg Spire. By the way, again, kinda completely unrelated, just since we are in Germany, just like a little bit over a month, like a month and 3 days, I think, maybe 2 days, and I'm going to Germany, yippee! But it also will mean I won't be streaming for like 5 days, which is, you know, so far this whole year I missed just 1 day, and now I'll miss 5 days back to back. It's kinda sad, but I'm also really looking forward to it. Nor would he succeed the Kurfürst. And did the nobles accede? They did. All because Vati stood below the spire for 3 whole days. Many men came to either change his mind or just shout at him, but none succeeded. They had no choice but to give in. Werner von Hochberg protected his love, like a hero from a storybook. They were married with the blessing of everyone around them. Viviana von Hochberg, your birth, too, won the blessings of all. Wunderbar. Oh, what was that? Viviana. This is a wonderful life. Is that Leonie? The door's open. A maid walks in. Viviana looks to hide. But the maid goes straight for the little girl, as if she didn't see Viviana at all. Leonie, are you here for the carpet? Fraulein Droste, please, step aside. It's a masterpiece by the Minionan craftsman, very comfortable under my feet, and the image of the lake and white walls on it is so vivid. I can almost feel the wind blowing when I look at it. Mutti loved this carpet. She worked long and hard, scribbling so many poems for others, just to be able to buy it. When she left Zwillingstürme, she didn't bring much luggage with her, but she did bring this carpet. So it would sell for a bit of money. You have to understand this, dame. This spire is otherwise empty. The room is the last decent thing in this place. If she could help it, the dame wouldn't touch a thing in here. But since Kurfürst Werner's death, she has been troubled by all sorts of people. She sold everything that could be sold. You're due to go study in Columbia, which takes no small amount of coin. She hopes you won't have to live in poverty abroad. But I could always not go. That won't do, Fraulein. You ought to leave Stormland, to leave Latgenian. The dame said as much as the Kurfürst 2 years ago. To the Kurfürst 2 years ago, but it was only recently he gave the nod. You ought to set out soon, lest he change his mind. What about Mutti? Can she come with me? The dame is at the Kurfürst's back-end call. She must remain in the spire. We have to play some ads now, so we'll take a short little break. And I'll be right back. Hey, hello. I'm back. I should speak to Uncle Shield. Fraulein. He may be your parental uncle, but he's now Kurfürst of Stormland. Just 2 years after the late Kurfürst Werner took the seat, he was assassinated while touring the domain. His marriage to the dame offended a lot of people, and some have speculated it was Shield himself. What am I thinking? Why would I even tell you this? Lonnie, I have a question, and I'm not sure who to ask. Go ahead. If Muti and Vati had lived an ordinary life, a commoner's life, would we have been happy? Fraulein, you have always been the sort of girl who sees things as they are. You know what's going on. Pack your things. Put your beloved books and arts collection into that rattan box there. I'll take care of the carpet and come back to put the rest in order. Yes, Edge. The Elafia girl looks out at the city below the veranda. The wind is her only company now. They say the roof of the Glenlosier Botanical Garden is beautiful, but what's there to appreciate when the night shoulders all? Frau Giello? It seems I really can't hear the voices anymore. No obvious found on you. Could your hearing be impaired? No, it's just much quieter than I'm used to. Even as you're standing right in front of me, I still feel so distant from you. Oh, is this a little better? Maybe I should speak louder? No, that's not it. Let me take you somewhere nearby to rest. The ones chasing you should be far away by now. Come, I'll help carry the cello. Why are you gripping it so tightly? Your fingers are turning white. It must be very important to you. It is my eyes, my ears, my voice, and my heart. I'm ashamed to admit it, but there was a time when I was even afraid of it. Oh? It took me some time to learn how to get along with it. Soror, why are you sitting in a dark corner with the lights out? Amita Luciana doesn't know you have come back. Why did you skip cello practice after rowing in the park? Oh, I'm sorry. I seem to have kicked your cello. The instrument is expensive. If I've damaged it, I have the money to compensate you. But take it away from me, will you? Hide it anywhere you like. The study, the attic, in storage. You can even throw it away. Are you crying? You played another piece you hadn't mastered yet. Oh, he did treat her as a sister? Yeah. I guess. I don't know. As soon as I draw my bow across the strings, I hear voices. So many voices. They are real voices, trapped in the bodies of men and women. They want to come out, and I should help them. But they are too loud, too chaotic. So many crying voices, laughing voices, whispering voices, voices furiously complaining. They all surge together. They're too loud, Fede. I can hardly breathe. Are you unwell? Should I get Amita Luciana? I just need some quiet. The room is quiet, except for the isolated sobbing in the corner. Two black halos look at each other, their cold, faint light being the only words they share. Just be quiet for a while, just so my head doesn't hurt so much, just for a bit. I will get used to the voices. I just haven't mastered the skill yet. It didn't take me long to learn to row a boat today. All I had to do was row it around the thick fog to the island in the center of the lake. A song comes from the far shore. Are you singing? This is a metaphor for hyper empathy, which ironically is not mutually exclusive with the diminished empathy often associated with autism. Okay. Don't know what hyper empathy is. It's a folk song popular with buskers on the street. It's got a nice sound to it, but I'm little tone deaf, so when Jan would come home after being bullied, I'd comfort him with a song. Hyperempathy is feeling of emotions or perceived emotions of others to the degree that it becomes overwhelmingly painful. I see, okay. In fact, hyperempathy and the belief in not hiding emotions is also very common among autistic people. Gotcha. Thank you. You mentioned this street just now? Oh, yeah, Carl Schmidt Street. The people of Zwillingstürme also call it Marigold Alley. So Federico and Terry are ironically both strongly coded as autistic, but Federico expresses it in a much more well-known way, while Terry is much less well-known. Gotcha. And they are distant cousins. Senora Schuller, you haven't answered my question. According to the records of the... Also, empathy is like kind of being something associated with Sancta in general, I guess. Right? Because they kind of have the whole fucking empathy with their stuff, yeah. According to the records of the Zwillingstürme Gendarmerie, Freiherr Finn engaged in combat with the suspect to stop a kidnapping on Carl Schmidt Street in the autumn of 1085. The Baron was injured and unconscious for a period. When he awoke, both the suspect and the abducted Caprine woman, 27-year-old Julia Schuller, were missing. Yep, the Sancta empathy powers are metaphor actual empathy. Yeah, that makes sense. I can kind of see that. Loris Borden took over the case and conducted a series on an investigation, finding no promising leads. He found the Baron testimony suspicious, with the only certainty being that the Baron has the last person to see you. He strongly believed that a secret lay hidden within, something like the Witch King later experiments on infected civilians, and that you had become the target of the Baron. And the fact that Sancta empathy doesn't apply to non-Sancta is a metaphor for Sancta racism. Yeah, that's cool. But under pressure from above, the Gendarmerie halted any subsequent investigation and closed the case as the accidental disappearance. I think it was kinda... I don't know how directly it was said, because I don't even remember. But they, like, at some points, I think it was, like, mentioned several times. I think it was actually maybe Lemon who said that at some point. Oh shit, my head just span. That was weird. Got dizzy for a second there. Well, basically what I think they implied at some point is that a lot of Sancta are kinda bad at reading emotions of other people because they kinda rely on empathy to do it for them. And I think Lemon was the one who at some point said like, oh yeah, I can just like see your emotion from your expression because, you know, I have friends who are not Sancta. Something among those lines, not exactly, but yeah. So that's, yeah. Yeah. But under pressure from above, the Gendarmerie halted any subsequent investigation and closed the case as an accidental disappearance. Loris Bordin took the case file back to his residence, and over the course of 15 years it has grown increasingly thick. He never gave up on investigating the truth, and never gave up on looking for you, despite several clues indicating Julia Schuller was already deceased. You have just informed me that this here is Carl Schmidt Street. In other words, you came to the Genesis Horn posthumously and currently exist as a form of consciousness. In your cognition, you have never left the scene of the incident. So please tell me, what exactly happened in that course of incident? This is indeed Marigold Alley. We are standing in front of the piano studio at the intersection. Oh, Herr Executor, we have wasted so much time. I really have no place to place these arts devices in their proper places, quickly. Those masked men will be coming soon. Do you mean to say that the Witch King remains appear at the various locations in Gargerei according to some knowable set of rules? They are the Witch King's remains? No, they are not the ones in reality. They are not the ones in reality, sowing chaos in the name of the Witch King. That you see are but manifestations of Witch King's crafts, the echoes of Hergunshorn in a truer sense. To Lanigan Folgen, to follow the sounds. That's the way to use the Witch King. Why would the Witch King be in Zwillingstürme? Although, I suppose it makes sense. I'm already dead, and the Witch King is too. So we're in the same place. That's logical enough. It would also explain all these strange happenings. Perhaps, having lost the sound of music, I can no longer perceive what you see in your eyes. Why do you call this place Zwillingstürme? Are you blind too? Frau Giallo, do you see the Musikinstrumentenurme? The what? Yeah, exactly. The what? Arturia looks at the direction of Caprine, a woman in the direction the Caffeinated woman is pointing, and sees nothing but vague lights and shadow. Reichsmusikhochschule has towers. Die Musikinstrumenten. What the fuck? That has like fucking. That's such a long word. What is that? But only 11. Reichsmusikhochschule is the most famous landmark in Bachschaft. Each spire of the Royal Academy is inspired by a musical instrument and was named for it upon completion. German compound words, baby, yeah. I should ask Lyra how to say this fucking whole sentence. I guess I won't include the name, so she's not aware of Julia being actually talking in the side story. Where is my fucking chat? There are 11 instruments, and when Herbst presided over the glorious capital project, a grand urban plan, he added 11 more, so there's 22. I'm so smart, look at that. I did 11 plus 11 very well. 22 instruments, instrument spires corresponding to the 22 districts of Zwillingstürme, like a perfect symphony orchestra. Huh, you know your stuff. Yeah, but there are only 11 Musikinstrumenturme here. This is not the Reichsmusikhochschule of Zwillingstürme, but that of the Witch King's time. As behind us is a title spire, a circular, the color of jade. There's Schieferturm, der Ewigkeit, the Leaning Tower of Eternity. It was originally the spire of some kurfürst or other. It began to lean due to changes in the strata, and with the support of the magnificent arts of the spire casters, it maintained its baffling tilt without collapsing. This miracle of Latvian architecture was destroyed in the catastrophe 4 centuries ago. Not only that, I see der Wiener Uchtturm, das auf den Kopf Gastele Strafgebäude, die Tour des Wissens, der Schornbuntum. Countless spires of different eras, forms and functions. I've only read about them in books. I definitely hope they don't expect me to remember those names. I've only read about them in books, or heard of them in stories from my elders. But here, they all stand. This isn't Zwillingstürme, but it's not Vedunian either. I think the most proper name for it would be Latvian. Well, the good thing is they were already destroyed, yes! The only part that feels familiar is the marigold alley beneath my feet. At the intersection sits a piano studio. At the end of the street is an art gallery, and right in the middle is my cafe. I'm glad they are still here. I've rediscovered them. Here, I can still live just the way I used to. So unfamiliar this place is, I would still rather call it Zwillingstürme. Maybe you haven't rediscovered your old life. Rather, it's because of your life that you came to be here. So as long as the Witch King doesn't come back, everything is fine? Yeah. Oh. There are only 9 music instruments left. When did the Klavierturm and the Waldhornturm vanish? Herr Frenman was right. The Genesis horn is accelerating its collapse. Frau Giallo, do you see it now? Interesting. Right. So this thing shoots. If I hit this thing,
I'll get my job
just
done.
saying.
Let's begin.
Welcome to new backdrop. Yeah, it is purple. I do like purple. And it changes the place from there to there. Purple is one of my favorite colors. It's purple and orange, if anyone's interested. I'm building on a melee defense.
What? You've got time to take in the... Can you do it? Sights locked. Sights locked.
That's neat. Oh shit! Oh wait! I'm fucking blind! I did not notice there is a second blue box. Okay, that makes sense. Alright, I see. That's cool. Well, damn.
Bravo. Now I want to crush them that much harder.
Let's go. Draw swords. Don't make too big of a show. Awaiting order. Cut them to pieces. What? You've got time to take in the sights?
You're killing yourself?
Boring. Anyone in front of me who still feels like blinking?
Bah.
Let me double their trouble.
Maybe if I knew what these guys are doing, I would not die there. Maybe, just maybe.
Shut up.
Alrighty. Come on, Sherry, guarda tesoro. Is it my turn?
We are so fucked, aren't we?
Nice weather today. Can you do it?
This is fun. Just this existing. Oh shit.
Got it.
I guess I should do this. Maybe that's what the game wants from me.
What? You've got time to take in the sights?
It's about time to wrap things up.
Mission accomplished.
I'm so good at this game. I'm going out. Would you like to come with? Alright. Give me a moment. What is it? Dre, Zwei, Eins. I know this. This is 3 to 1. Frau Seaman, guten Abend. The window facing the street opens in response, and a woman with a furrowed brow holds a paintbrush, gazing into the distance. The young girl waves to her, smiling as bright as the marigolds lining the alley. Frau Seaman takes a break and opens her window every day, right at this time. She paints all morning, then looks into the distance, listens to music, relaxes, and looks for inspiration. That's odd. Looks like she's in a bad mood today. She closed the window without waving back. Maybe she's having trouble with her art. I should go see her with Mutti tonight. You know the neighborhood well, Vivian. You mean Carl Schmidt Street? Of course I do. I've been here all 10 years of my life. Did your parents always live here? They were away for brief stints a few times. I'm not sure why, but they always come back. Yeah, she's cute, Vivian. When you compare it to the rest of Zwillingstürme, Carl Schmidt isn't anything special. They've got a few flower shops, a bar, paint stores, and some stout buildings. We don't even have a spire. The people here are ordinary, plus a few struggling artists and nobles, but my parents really like it here. Have they ever had any trouble? Vati mentioned some trouble before, but he's been prepared for anything since he decided to stay. Did Werner von Hochberg find a way to become common? But he's not so common. He may only teach literature at the commoners' school in Vane, but the big kids there respect him a lot. I see. He probably used all his connections in Sturmland, and Zwillingstürme spent all his savings, maybe even changed his appearance. It's no small thing to give up everything one has. By the way, Vivian, is it that a cake you're holding? Yeah, the lady next door taught me. The marigold stamen has a bitterness to it, but when ground into powder and pinched into a cake, its fragrance helps balance the sweetness. I think yesterday or sometime, mentioned that I had a pear pie. Reminded of this because they are talking about cake and pie are similar, as we all know. But today, I had to throw out the last piece because it was moldy. the last piece of the pie. It was pretty sad. Matty found a job in a backshaft, earning a bit more than before. She's working as an editor for her favorite poetry journal. She gets home very late though. Rest in pie, yeah. It was a good pie. But yeah, I'm unfortunately not a fast pie eater, let's say. I normally take only like 1 piece per day because I'm trying to like not eat, you know. But yeah, unfortunately because of that, it means that it just gets moldy. Fortunately, it was just the last piece. So I said I'd bring her lunch for a whole month. Isn't that exhausting? You smell that? What? When the breeze picks up, the fragrance of the coffee shop up ahead wafts on over. I help with as much as I can, so Matti and Vati won't be so tired. At least enough that they can take me to Frau Siemens' gatherings on the weekends. They hold my hands as we walk down the long alley to her house. There are so many interesting people there. They play the piano so well and speak so eloquently. I like it here. I don't think it's exhausting. I'm glad for that. Of that. Viviana. This is a wonderful life too. What is this? Wasn't that Lucinda? How could such a well-behaved commoner have offended anyone? Did she write something she shouldn't have? Why did the authorities come so quickly? Is there an explanation? They were gone as quick as they came. What else can we say? Be careful what you ask. It probably has something to do with her husband. Werner? I've heard he's actually the heir of the Kurfürst of Stormland, living incognito with his wife and daughter on Karl Schmidt Street for the past decade. I've gotten along with them so well all these years. I've never have guessed. He's hidden himself so well. Oh, how could that be? Rumor has it Werner didn't show up to class this morning. Who knows if he was taken away by Hochberg, Vestal, or the Empress's voice? Odds are it was Freda Siemen who gave him up. That woman's out of her mind. Shh, keep your voice down. The cake thuds as it falls to the ground. Viviana hears sobbing. The fragile shoulders before her tremble, like flowers battered by the wind. She holds the girl's hand tightly. Vivian, don't look. Sag. Senora Julia Schuller, I perceive only vague silhouettes of the remnants. Could you clearly point out the location where they may be hidden? My patron firearm may be of use. I will guarantee your safety. Herr Executor, you may have misunderstood. Those men aren't here to do anything to me. When I first saw the masked people, I would keep my distance and hide, but I later found they weren't concerned with me at all. Their appearance and their particular part in any particular part of Zwillingstürme usually means there's a new threat. They are more like a signal. Threat? Not a true threat. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a natural disaster beyond human comprehension, abnormally bad weather, or a waking nightmare. The atmosphere in Zwillingstürme has taken a turn for the worse, especially recently. The clouds are heavy, and even the sunset looks faded. I'm always hearing loud, thundering noises. Several times I awoke to find the whole chunk of Zwillingstürme completely empty. So many prominent buildings seemingly dug away by something, leaving only an empty space where they once were, like a whole section of history had been erased. The threats erased the spires of different eras without a trace, gradually consuming all of Zwillingstürme. And sooner or later, the small alley I live in will be next. So you jumped out to prevent me from using my patron firearm. You have been protecting this place. Yeah, I never seen you before. I've had a powerful premonition this time. A premonition. Such feelings are usually nothing more than psychological indicators. Without backing in logic, it is difficult to take actions upon them. But the Witch King's remains have indeed appeared. Her executor, when you live in a place for 5 or 10 years, when you become a part of it, you develop senses like a foul beast. Oh shit. And can smell the storm before it comes. You would aid the echoes of Herbst? No, this is my own thing. Even if they didn't appear today, I'd find a way myself. But how will you fight against those disasters, the weather, or the waking nightmares? With those arts devices you're carrying? The truth is, I've been going in different places at around this time each day, especially to those blanks and the edges where buildings have vanished. Wonder how Ebenholz is doing? I think he's fine. Actually, right now, what was the last time we've seen him? He was with Viviana in the tower the last time we've seen him, no? And actually, oh, no, he actually met with both Federico and Viviana. And both of those are now here, huh? Interesting. That's dangerous. They were in the Empress's Spire and then got separated, yeah. But I collected enough devices from those places. They seem to be some sort of echo device that collects arts information. Right, yeah. Viviana got into that place where she is with Vivian, while Federico like started shooting, which teleported him here. And there was like the time issue that, okay, yeah, I am just connecting it somehow to time because I don't know, just feeling. Frau Giallo, if the masked men truly are the echoes of Hergunshorn, then these echo devices must be what the Witch King used to deal with his enemies. They will surely come in handy. Are you going to renovate the street yourself? Marigold Alley is on the outskirts of Bodenshof, very inconspicuous. No one comes here deliberately, except some tourists, painters, and wandering poets. yeah, Viviana found the door. Right. Right, yeah, Viviana actually talked with Julia on the staircase and then entered the door. Right. They had a little chat, but just a very little one. Even end of Bodenshof, or even all of Bodenshof, taken against the 22 districts of Zwillingstürme, isn't all that special. And this is Zwillingstürme, with its many storied historical spires. Maybe no one would even notice such an ordinary alley. Meanwhile, Arthur appears to have skipped directly to Marigold Alley by riding the Lich's exile. Then Yulia pulled her away from Fremont. Yeah, something like that. But it's where I was born and raised. No one knows it better than me. I know when it's lively and when it's quiet. I know all this its sound, the singing of wandering troubadours, the humming tunes of pedestrians, the buzzy footsteps on the cobblestones, the sound of rain against the marigolds and evenings. I know where the resonance pipelines buried beneath the street are still functional. I know which art sculptures on the corner can replace the broken parts, and how to connect them all in the most convenient way, and then activate them with those echo devices. But you don't know what the modified resonance pipelines will even do. These devices left in those empty areas suggest that... Oh, but Frau Giallo, there's something I have to do. And I can always do something. I told myself as much when I was very young. I said I'd take good care of Jan and myself, and not be like our parents. Your parents? They passed away a long time ago. I think it was 1077. Your parents were persecuted during the Twen Empress's coup? Nein, they were as common could be. They were sick at the time, and the tremendous sound of the Witch King's Genesis spire collapsing in the distance, the tromping of the soldiers outside the house, it all aggravated their illness. They always feared the death at any moment. The gendarmerie would burst in and take us away, or even level the entire block. In turbulent times like that, there is nothing so shocking. They died in terror, even before Herbst could launch his glorious capital project. What a terrible clamor, when a terrible clamor drowns out everything else. We hear only the voices within ourselves. We find our fears and worries magnified. Julia, forgive me for not being able to better comfort you. That's alright. I just wanted to say that I can't feel myself lose the courage to live as I have been. Maybe you still don't see our surroundings clearly. We have walked all the way from the gallery at the end of the street, down to the cafe where I spent almost a decade. We open a window. And also connect it to a charger. Maybe that's like a good idea. I started working there just to make... Wait, did I read this previous one? I think so. I started working there just to make ends meet. The owner was kind, letting me and Jan live in the shed behind the courtyard. I turned it into a proper home, and even set up a little space for Jan to practice his arts. The boy is gifted. You know, we saw casters using arts to repair sculptures on the street, and he watched for only a few moments before going home and spending the whole night turning his room into a sound control space. I've talked about it with Loris, and we have sent him to study arts at Ludwigs Universität. Loris intends to make a career in Zwillingstürme. And once he does, he will give Jan a recommendation. Later, when this cafe was about to close down, I used all my savings to buy it for myself. I became the owner, the waitress, and even worked on making my own special blend of coffee for its grand reopening. Nature is unpredictable, but life is tangible. You only want to protect it. From the piano studio in the corner to here, there are a total of 8 resonance pipelines, and these echo devices happen to fit the interfaces on them. I told you they'd be useful. That is logical. Black turned all of Zwillingstürme's resonance pipelines during his glorious capital project in order to adjust the arts arrays laid through the city during the reign of the Witch King. We are just done a few steps from the cafe now. The reconstruction project for this half is almost done. Are they showing up again? Yeah, right around the corner from the cafe. I guess I'll need to work faster. What is it? This feels familiar. Similar to the certain day, exactly the same even. It was the day I first opened the cafe. I stood by the door, waiting for Loris and Jan. They were a little late. I knew the two of them wanted to do something special for the grand opening. They were a little too obvious about it. Loris went to order flowers in another part of the city, and specifically asked me to wait for him in the most conspicuous part of the block. He didn't even realize he'd left the order on the table when he came by to help the day before. Meanwhile, Jan had snuck into Frau Siemens' house a few times the week before. Nearly all the kids of Marigold Alley have asked her to paint them a souvenir, still alive at one point or another. I let them go anyway, the beginning of a new life. I promised Loris as much too. The wind was strong that morning, enough to make you feel dazed. There weren't many people out on the street. But I think I noticed two standing in the corner opposite the cafe. They had black masks with twisted patterns on them. They noticed me too. They walked over. The Witch King's remains. That explains why you perceive the patterns in the Genesis horn as manifesting a concrete form. This was your only connection to the Witch King during your lifetime. Loris' speculation differed widely from the truth. You just happened to be at the scene while the Witch King's remains were taking action. The city council had no intent to protect the nobleman. As one involved in taking action against the remains, one can imagine Freyr Friend's ultimate fate. But early in the reign of the twin empresses, Zwillingstürme needed to dissociate the entire case from the Witch King and his remains. They halted the investigation, concealed the truth of the matter, and hastily closed the case. That was the most efficient approach. What do you mean? Julia Schuller, your death was entirely coincidental. I have uncovered the truth of the case. If recalling these details is a burden to you, please refrain from doing so. Nain, Head Executor, only worried that the streets may disappear from Zwillingstürme at some point, just like the long-gone spires. And that I'll never have the chance to keep my promise to Loris. Logically speaking, you have already... Head Executor, have you ever made any unfulfilled promises? Since accepting my commissions with the Nocturnal Hall, there have been 2 instances where the deceased Decadent's will was too ambiguous to be enforceable, and 2 instances where the target was inadvertently destroyed in an explosion. No other circumstances. Oh, I don't mean at work. Promise. Well, okay. I guess before we learn about his promise or something, we'll take a short little break. And I'll be right back. Hey, hello, I'm back. Fede, what are you doing? Drawing? In the dark? It's not difficult. I'm busying myself. You said you needed quiet. Gracias. What are you drawing? Laterano, by night. Why would you want to draw Laterano by night? Because the room is dark. Soror, the nasal tone of your voice has grown lighter. You have stopped crying. You said you would gradually master your playing. I believe in you. Everyone says you have a talent for music. In general, talent should not bring pain. I will master it, Fede. I have to. Are you going to finish your drawing? You seem to be having trouble. Well, I've completed the overall outline. Now I need to refine the details. But when night falls in Laterano, where is the first place to light up? I don't know. How about you wait for me to master my method and play my first piece? It won't take long. Then I can take you to the highest point in Laterano to see for yourself. That would answer your question, wouldn't it? Alright. To me, a promise is a form of contract. When I made that contract, my cognitive abilities were not yet fully developed, and I was unclear of the obstacles she faced, as well as the painful meaning behind overcoming those obstacles. So cute. Yeah, I agree. They were cute. An undefined chaos. She herself was the first victim of her music. Therefore, understanding the full extent of her changes and preventing her from continuing to spread chaos is the responsibility I must fulfill. Her executor, is that why you have come to Zwillingstürme too? Is the person you're talking about also a sancta? Arturia, female, 168 centimeters tall, straight black hair, a mole below her left eye, carries a custom-made cello. She arrived here before I did. Have you seen her? They did see each other. Proud cello, you may not want to follow me any further. Why not? You just said that from the gallery at the end of the street to here, with your cafe just ahead. All the resonance pipelines here will soon be restored. What is it you're keeping me from? I believe he's the one who hurt you. He's a sancta as well. Yes, but he seems difficult to talk to. Federica? So he's here too. I appreciate your concern, but if it was my brother who hurt me, you'd have found a few more bullet holes. So you're siblings? That's hard to imagine. Federica will definitely catch up to me. They are distant cousins, to be clear. The discovery of gaps along the path one's been following inevitably causes confusion. But for him, that confusion isn't a ripple, it's a crack on the ice. Yeah, exactly. Neither of us can stop until we find answers. Alright then. Phew, this is the last bit. The piano studio in the corner, the gallery at the end of the street, the beginning and the end. All the resonance pipelines converge here. Julia. I know what you want to say. This might not have any effect at all, and if so, I'll think of another way. I can't let myself just hide away in my home, waiting for the storm to pass. The echo devices are all in place. Now it's time to activate the resonance pipelines. Without the direction, without daylight, everything is covered in shadow. The Genesis horn seems to be forever shrouded in mist. But Arturia perceives the illumination of the pipelines like a flame in the dark. Rolling out from the two of them, from near to far, the surrounding scenery gradually becomes clear. She sees everything as clearly as into Yulia's eyes. A street lined with marigolds, countless peculiar spires. The place is not chaotic. It is one that exists beyond time and space, a grand construct. At the same time, music flows into her ears. It is the music of all Marigold Alley, and also a part of grander movement, a composition that belongs to Herkunshorn. Yulia, my cello is silent, but I've heard your innermost thoughts. They are touching. Allow me to express my gratitude. Arturia bows to the cabernet before her. So, the most common soul and the most powerful are both written on the same sheet of music. The eerie winged sculptures prostrate on both sides of Arturia, supporting towering stone pillars at angles defying mechanical explanation. No, the pillars are suspended in midair. Give me a sec. A palace, solemn and majestic, befits a king. At the end of the steps, a man stands motionless with his throne. Red curtains sway and cast layers of light on him, veiling the monarch's countenance. But the infamous twisted horns belie his name. Oh, Sorry, I'm just writing my mom. I forgot this track played here. It's a good one, but I can say that like about pretty much any song in this game. So I'm guessing this might be the Witch King or something. The first time I remember this playing is in a Babel. I'm very looking forward to Babel. I just hear so many good things about that one. But I mean, to be fair, I do about most of the side stories, I think, at this point. I've seen you in so many fragments of history and legend. I've crossed paths with you in the memories of so many, including the Liches. Okay, another moment. But it's actually original from the introduction cutscene that played before the first contingency contract event. I see, interesting. So, well, I don't know when that happened, but yeah. Kind of a while ago, I guess. But it wasn't until I saw Yulia still alive that I got the faint sense that this journey could really lead to meeting with the main man himself. Allow me to introduce myself, Arturia Giallo. Salutations, Otto Dietmar Gustav von Urtica, Herr Gunshorn, Your Majesty, the Witch King. Now play him a song.
Wow, Doctor.
Play a song.
You really are amazing.
Okay. Well, I'm kinda suspecting that another stage would probably take like another hour and a half to 2 hours. Which I would be down for. Let me check something. But we are supposed to be playing Eon's End later with Ark, Olsey, and Lyra. Do you have a new theory about who the final boss is? I think it might still be... I think it might be the guy that sounds like Ferranmut. You know? No, I guess it might be the Witch King. I guess it might. Just kinda cool. So I don't know if I want to start another. I don't know when we are supposed to start because, well, admittedly, I asked only like 40 minutes ago, but no one responded. Oh, actually, no, I'm lying. I asked only 15 minutes ago. I asked during the last break. I was looking at the wrong chat. To be honest, I feel like... Is it right, Zwillingstürme something? 9, 10 and upload would be a good stream. That makes sense. I also kind of feel like streaming a bit longer though. So let me just check something and then I'll decide if we're doing one more or not. Okay, that didn't help. Well, I'll just do one more too. I'll just do one more. You could get started on IS4. That is kind of a good idea. But okay, I think I will like do just one more. Then tomorrow I will do 10 and epilogue, and depending on how long that is, I might start IS2, IS4 tomorrow. Fantasia the Gift. But yeah, we are playing Eon's End today with friends, so I'm kinda excited for that. We didn't play for like few weeks, maybe even a month. It probably was over a month actually. Didn't play for a long time. Written by Ludwig, Kurfürst of Einwald. May all questions be answered in the end. I'll just hope it won't take like 3 hours. Herr Giello, Frau Droste. Here is Ebenholz. Ebenholz is uncertain when he got separated from the others. Crumbling structures fall periodically from above, and the stairs beneath his feet spiral endlessly. He can only move forward. He's alone, indefatigable. Okay, whatever that means. Well, I'm guessing like not fatigued, something like that. You are despicable, Ebenholz. You have interfered with our judgment, wasted our time, and hindered our cause. You are practically the worst sinner there is. Even worse than Rodion? Forgive me, I don't look as sorry as I feel, if I don't look as sorry as I feel. 15th April, the meaning of indefatigable is incapable of being fatigued. I don't know why that could be the date. Yeah, okay. I was confused by you wrote the date, but that's funny. Okay, I was so right. I'm so smart. I know English so well, right? So, would you join us for an audience with His Majesty now? Or would you seek to prevent his return to the mundane world? I never even considered fatigue as the root word of indefatigable. because the emphasis is so different. Fatigue versus indefatigable. Sounds also like indefeatable, but it's actually undefeatable, right? Like the song from Sonic. It's kind of a banger. You do not have what it takes. You could not do it. That should have been clearer long ago. We should have known. It's obvious. His Majesty's blood is so strong. His soul so tenacious. The voice of Mundane was but the byproduct of his music, and yet it alone had brought you to your knees with the pain it inflicts. You were born weak, far too weak to live up to any expectations. That is to say, you are the ones forcing those wretched noises into my head. Then, in the end, it is me who bears responsibility for all of this. Yeah, it's your fault. You should be thankful, Ebenholt. Should they have known from the beginning that the voice of Mundane wasn't the key to His Majesty's inheritance, would the twins have granted you the title of Graf Ortica? No, even before then, I don't really think he wants that title, I don't know, just a feeling. You'd have died in the cradle. You should take pride in your title, but more than that, you should be ashamed of it. Yeah, I feel the same. And so, be gone. You are hateful, Ebenholt. How many died under the Witch King's tyranny? How many disappeared without a trace? That canyon is scarred, and even 23 years later, the wounds are still bleeding. Damn it, only for the tyrant to die silently one night, never knowing any proper justice. And you, his last remaining descendant, you were born with the mark of sin in your blood. You should atone for him, atone for all he did for Tulat Canyon. What right do you have to live comfortable life, Ebenholz, all while mocking yourself as an absolute, obvious nobody? I despise this sin-tainted blood etched and every day, the same as you do. No, you have no idea the evil it has wrought. Those remnants steal into Urtica again and again, encircling your spire like flies to rotting meat. My youngest son had only just joined the security forces when he found their trail. His corpse bobbed in a ravine for 3 days before they found it, all while you hid away in your spire. Do you even know the size of the Urtica domain? What crops it produces? How often the tax collector comes from the capital? What disaster the land has suffered in recent years? There's no Lahanshire more hateful than you, your illustrious highness. No more shadows? Ah, stop, go no further. The braver you are, the more ridiculous you look. You're the pitiful Ebenholz. Do you remember Gertrude? Before she died, she left some real nasty curses. She cursed Vishelheim, Latcanion, the Witch King, and she cursed you. Her curse was, word for word, may the madness of Ebenholz's bloodline haunt him forever. When you came back to Zwillingstürme, I thought to myself, damn, that madwoman's curse really came to pass. The stubborn kid couldn't escape the vortex of fate. Of course, he would never give in to fate, but this time he will also he will have to fall into madness to break free of it. You should feel relieved, shouldn't you? The voice of Mundane has traveled to you for over a decade, but even more than resisting it, you have been carefully guarding it. You were guarding a bomb, afraid that it would blow at any moment, afraid that the wrong people could use it to hurt the innocent. That was a heavy burden, an extraordinary fate. But in the end, it was just noise, a totally non-lethal headache. Go home, Ebenholz. Gertrude's curse has already fizzled. 9. I can't bear it. Because this is an even more debilitating curse. In the end, your struggle isn't even worth mentioning. Your resistance is meaningless. Those who sacrifice themselves for this, those tears and smiles you have carried in your mind forever. Hello, Mr. Bunu. Hope you're having a good day. You can speak German? That's really surprising. I did not know that. How will you face them? You have come to realize that trust, pity, understanding, mutual reliance, all those incredibly beautiful emotions, they are not precious because they are rare. But they can suddenly turn so light, so weightless. Like a joke. Yeah, a joke. How could they be a joke? Cool. Background art. I think this is background art. Maybe it's not the background art. Depends if they put something in the foreground. He looks to the spire. Ha, I knew it. I knew you'd be here. You have been dead so long, but you still fantasize about letting this wicked spire descend upon that canyon again. You won't succeed. I will use all my arts. Wave my wand until it breaks. Manipulate my random dice until they shatter. If you still have flesh, I will destroy it. If you still have a soul, I will annihilate it. I will interrogate you, curse you, and I will kill you. Witch King. Franz. Do not touch the notes in the air. The witchcraft I have integrated into the melody here, which I have deleted, still contains a terrible power that will last until it completely dissipates. Calm your emotions. Evade the will of the ancients from a millennium ago. Do not let your mind be distracted. Ebenholz tightens his grip on his wand, but cannot say a word. He has read all about the Witch King not too long ago. He was even imprisoned in this room. He knows his history. The notes flow slowly about the space. The melody shown as Syracusa is leaving the movement that is Latvianian. He hears what sounds like a booming of loud thunder, pouring rain, and surging wind. The will of Latvianian has turned into power that matches heaven and earth, washing repeatedly over the small room. Even standing at the door, the surging energy presses firmly against his heartbeat. The man at the center of the room does not turn to look at him. He is focused and proud. He is a reef that stands above the turbulent waves. Ebenholz cannot help but suspect he has come to the wrong place. This looks more like a fateful night of a certain composer, or a most passionate lecturer by a historian. There is no hatred here, no destiny, nowhere to place his anger. Evanholt suddenly realizes one thing. He has never truly seen the Witch King in all his life. Not even in his most terrifying nightmares. Grandmot, you're late again. I don't recall you being such a popular teacher. Did you find yourself very late by a crowd of students? Doesn't have a beard. Weird. First, if a teacher temperament makes you hesitate in the face of knowledge, that means nothing more than that these youths claiming to be Latvianian's finest are in fact fit only to tend the ivy that climbs her spires. Also doesn't have wrinkles? Yeah, I'll get those. I just thought he has a funky haircut, but he also had a funky beard. His wrinkles weren't that funky, you know. Secondly, it is Ludwig's Universität, not you, that grants me my scholarly stipend. Each month, I am not at your beck and call. Or should I not talk back to His Majesty, the great Herkun Shorn, like this? This isn't the first time, nor will it be the last. Next month, Purfursen from across the land will begin to arrive in Vedunian. Time is running out, Fremont. I hope that when their audiences conclude, they will each take copies of the amended Golden Gesetz back to their respective Kreise. We are known for far and wide as an exceptional monarch, even called the once-in-a-millennium ruler by these sheep and deer. Are you really so eager to set your own prestige in stone? What's next? Bringing the Kurfstan's armies and civic powers under the direct control of the Imperial Spire? We have already discussed this. When I first arrived in Latvianian, the Kaiser at the time was already troubled by the Syracusan question. How long has it been? Now, the wolf pups dare not make but slightly bigger moves. You have only just ascended. Why not take some time to choose your robes for the upcoming ceremony? I've already chosen. Are you still worried that amending the Golden Gesetz and the accompanying policies could plunge the realm into unforeseen turmoil? I don't care what happens to Latvianian, but moving my library would be a tremendous pain. You have been studying the movement ever since you became Kurfürst of Einwald. We both know precisely what it is, and why no one dared consider amending it for 1,000 years. The three main sections, the tenfold melody woven into one, it is a truly superior piece of witchcraft, created by the arts masters of a prior millennium. This is the supreme will of Latvianian, infused with the power of countless sages into the creation, contemplation, and protection of this land. It is as close as we could possibly come to eternity. Eternity? Setting aside the Minoan philosophers' music on the question of whether or not a man can step into the same river twice, I think only the liches are particularly fond of using that word. And only you people truly understand this meaning. Eternity, the immutable, the immovable, but eternity does not mean immorality. Indeed, the sages who crafted the movements 1,000 years ago accomplished an impossible feat. That is when this land came to be known as Latvianian, but it's more than just the name of a country. The idea of Latvian is what allows the people here to both prosper and suffer together, engraving elegance, harmony, morality, and beauty into every breath we take. They of a millennium ago crafted a superior vision for the country, making Latvian into a truth of the land. But all truths eventually decay, and our current friction with Syracuse is the greatest proof of that. But I will bring a better future to Latvian. The new Latvian ruler produces the movement and looks at the Lich. Eternity, immorality. Hergunfshorn's voice is not heavy, but Fremont hears these hefty words shatter and reassemble between his lips and teeth. How arrogant of you. How very Hergunfshorn. But how can you ensure that Latvian under your rule won't face even greater crises? That the future you're bringing will be truly immortal? There is no composition that can be written, no arts that can't be surpassed, no will that can't be overcome, no unknowns that can be conquered. Immorality lies in renewal. To this day, both the ocean and the sky remain shrouded in the fog of cognition, and this continent is the limit of what Terrans can know and perceive. But the knowledge you have shared tells us that even the loftiest clouds and deepest sea trenches are nothing but reality imprisoned by time and space. And beyond this reality there exists another side of the world, a realm of emptiness, elusive and dangerous. If the questions are endless, then so too must be the answers. The Gref's spire in Urtica is too small, so I built the Genesis spire in Vendunian. It is already the tallest in Latvian, but not necessarily across all the lands. But I will never stop. That is difference between myself and sages past. That is immorality, Fremont. I hope that when you build the new spire, you'll make a few extra rooms, so you won't need to use my own secret chambers just to modify a piece of music. I will. Now then, let us begin. I'll go activate all the resonance capture devices. It will all be clearer once we dismantle the melody later. Hergunfshorn sits firmly on the chair in the center of the room. Unfolding the movement, Fremont nudges aside priceless ancient domes to make room for the witchcraft mattresses. By the way, Fremont, what is it you call the other side of the world? The beginning and end of all threats. A pretty name. Their Pilasetri grant liches an almost unique ability among the races. Concealing their phylactery means a life that will not end. What is phylactery? With infinite time, liches are allowed to glimpse the infinite truths of the world. But do you treat them as merely pages of a tome of knowledge? Sigh? Okay. Caution is in our nature. The more we discover, the fewer spaces we can live. Right then, Fremont, what about you? Sorry, this is a fraud question? What is fraud? Oh, Ahem. Fraud is an eject. Oh shit, no. Not that. Full of unpleasant things, such as problems or danger. Okay. And so in Dungeons and Dragons, undead wizards known as liches store their souls in an object known as phylactery, and as long as that phylactery exists, then anytime they would die, they will regenerate from it. However, okay, I don't really know much about Dungeons and Dragons, unfortunately. And a phylactery in real life is actually a small letterbox filled with versions from the Torah, the Jewish holy book. I see. Wait, you say it's a box? One might say a cube. Interesting. And Gigax, appropriation. Think the term and associating it with monstrous sorcerers is kinda incredibly anti-Semitic. I see. Who is Gigax? That's not like anyone who's in this video game, is it? Oh, okay. Gary Gigax is one of the creators of Dungeons and Dragons and he sucks ass. Yeah, okay, I get it. Get what you mean. Okay, I also get why it's a fraud question, I guess. Weird Christian man, gotcha. I guess here it's like definitely talking about the meaning it has in Dungeons and Dragons. Because this guy is a lich. So it, and also it kinda is, they talked about the immortality. Anyway, Arknights is the unique position. It also actually drawing direct comparison between Arknights and Jewish people. Yeah. I did hear about that. Right then, Fremont, what about you? Me? The beginning and end of all threats. You often complain that the liches under your command are either too young or too hidebound. But have you ever considered entering that space rather than treating it as simply a drawer in which to hide your philanthropy? Too large. A terrible chill sweeps over Fremont. A faint but dazzling light blooms atop Hergunshorn's scepter. He has already begun to play the golden Gesats. Fremont's hand have not stopped either. Jewish people in real life are genuinely believed by some Christians to have horns, as they were often depicted as such in media, and the idea of them stealing infants and drinking blood is something that they have genuinely had to deal with, known as blood libel, replicated to hibiscus in lingering echoes. I see. That's crazy. That's crazy. Are they like... Are you sure people believe that? No, okay, I shouldn't ask that. I will just be... I will just be disappointed in humanity. I mean, technically I've seen that all of them things. I heard some things about that, unfortunately, and I am disappointed in humanity again. Lichen Caprine, king of the royal court and Kaiser of Latvianian, they have always moved in tacit agreement. Even in the tensest moments, the two would insert discussion on various topics: philosophy, music, and sometimes even the climate and cuisine of Latvianian. Herr Gunshorn had raised the matter so naturally, the true secret threatening the morality of the liches. If he used his excel to its fullest extent, the Lipfethreads could dissolve all of these notes in an instant, annihilating the defenseless man before him. No one else knew the Latvianian Kaiser had come here. He would have enough time to tell the Lich Court to flee the country. But Herr Gunshorn had raised it so naturally, casually bringing all the secrets that had remained hidden all these long years. Ha 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 ha. After a long while, Fremont bursts into hearty laughter. Wonderful. As it happens, I've also encountered some bottlenecks in my study of that space. If you're really interested, Herr Gunshorn, I could lend you my phylactery. Okay. That's enough, Herr Gunshorn. So, if I understand correctly, let me scroll a bit down. Okay. Okay, gotcha. Sarkazan exclusively Jewish coded. The Anissa are Buddhist. The Wendigo are indigenous American, etc. Gotcha. Don't you find the nostalgia nauseating? It's enough to make me want to vomit. Last night's leftovers. Besides, I'm running out of time. It's been a while, Fremont. I'm sure you remember what you have borrowed. The time has come to return it. Ah, we are combating.
Let's go.
There aren't two shooty things.
Let's begin. We're fighting you guys.
Oh,
Then please.
you're making the circle, gotcha.
Or I'll be really bored. You can't stop me. Solid positioning.
Look at this. Am I the smartest person to ever live? Or nah?
Got it.
I think yes. I personally think that yes, I am. Or did I get an answer? Lara said I'm fine with whenever, okay. That means I can finish this stage.
Awaiting order. Cut them to pieces.
Can you do it?
Sure.
Only do what I need to.
Let me double their trouble.
Maybe that should have been placed for Mostima rather than this where Exo is. Oh, who? Oh, okay, well, it is placed for Mostima because Exo fucking
Great
died.
view from here.
Okay, that's really neat. What the fuck is happening?
Is it my turn to hang in there a bit longer? Understood.
Yeah, like, I should have probably swapped that before they started doing all this shit, huh? Maybe I'm not the smartest person.
Now I want
Maybe.
to crush them that much harder.
Yeah. They were buffed by the purple, I know. I just thought I can ignore the mechanic. Aw, but I can't.
Battlefield.
I can't ignore the
Now that's
mechanic.
the
I have to
best
fucking
experience.
engage with the mechanic.
Relax. I already called dibs on the most lucrative real estate in hell to share with all of you. Here we are. Follow me.
Awaiting order. Cut them to pieces. I'll do my best.
Divine judgment.
So I probably want to, like, wait, why can't I activate it? Shouldn't I be able to activate it? Am I wrong?
What? You've got time to take in the sights?
Wait, am I stupid? Oh. I might be. Yeah. Is it crazy that until now I probably did not understand how the mechanic works at all? Is that crazy?
Rock and roll.
Yeah, I'm worried that I can't get this one. I don't know why, but I'm getting that feeling.
Is it my turn? I'll hold my ground. Boring. Anyone in front of me who still feels like blinking? Got it. You can't stop me.
Come on, Exu just got her skill. I need to just a little bit more. Okay, I guess I need someone to be
Sorry. I was careless this time. I'll remedy it somehow.
on the left there, doing shit. But they just kinda get killed.
We're heading up. It'll be faster by rooftop. Let's
You will
begin.
die if I do this, right? How unexpected.
Got it.
If only my music
And
could put
right,
an end
they
to all this
captured
fighting.
back. Ha! So how the fuck do you want me to capture it?
I may have underestimated this operation.
No, okay, I get it. I get it, actually. I get it perfectly fine and well. You just need Lapland Altar. It's easy.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm sure I can work it out.
Let's begin.
I'll do the same start, kinda.
Awaiting order. Enthusiast.
Because
Cover me.
they only start being problematic later on.
Alrighty.
Got it. What? You've got time to take in the sights? Got
Okay, I think it's done. I should have done it earlier, actually, much earlier.
Follow me!
Much earlier. Damn, we are fucked.
Nice weather today.
Sights locked. I don't like damage unless it's necessary.
I may have underestimated this operation.
I mean, I could like kill the guy on the left. Maybe. Oh, okay. Let's watch this. It's not gonna work. It's not gonna work. They will die before anything can happen. But watch this anyway.
I've noted the mission.
Okay, I guess I will still start with
Draw swords.
Texas because I like getting more DP. And X will. Oh wait, she doesn't even reach both of them. Well,
Don't make too big of a show.
I mean, if she manages to get her skill, she's gonna melt this guy. Oh, look at that, easy.
Got it. You can't stop me. I'll do my best.
Here we are.
They will just like play tag of war on this one.
Shut up. I only do what I need to.
Solid positioning.
Easy, right? I'm gonna win or something. Oh no, Sora. I kinda wanted Sora to live.
Shut up. Don't worry. My shield.
Just spam every single skill that normally works. Okay, not this time though. Wait, aren't you supposed to be weaker? How are you still killing everyone?
You ain't get through me.
Why is that the case, huh?
Rock and roll.
I may have underestimated this operation.
They have an attack speed buff for a bit after switching modes. But they are also just bullshit strong. Gotcha.
Anyway, let's just get started.
Okay, let's not do anything.
Let's begin.
Relax. I already called dibs on the most lucrative real estate in hell to share with all of you.
It's also kind of like a fast-paced level.
Got it.
Here we
Just
are.
overall.
I only do what I need to.
Apple pie.
Cut them to pieces. Sights locked. I don't like damage unless it's necessary.
Oh wait, this one's not even activated yet. Damn it.
Nice weather today.
Wait, Mostima has low range.
Sights
Fuck.
locked. Anyone in front of me who still feels like me.
Now I have a different one that's not active.
Got it.
I guess I can do this. But that, like...
I'll do my just try me.
Uh-huh. I have nothing against you guys. It's just the story of our lives. Yes.
Easy? Okay, I mean... I'm probably jinxing it, but...
Divine judgment!
I'll hold my ground. Got it. You can't stop me.
I guess we don't really actually have much DPS here, huh? This way. Because Exu is here, which I could have probably
You'll have to try harder than that.
repositioned her. Okay, now when they are in Mostima's range, it's better. And Fia is looking to the left, which is completely useless. Oh my god, okay. Shit. Shit. I think, right? I think shit. Kinda really close, kinda really close.
Bravo. Now I want to crush them that much harder!
Ho 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 ho. Ho 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 ho. Okay.
I know this place.
Oh, we have to
Let me
play
lead
ads.
the way.
So I'll do that, and I'll be right back. No, I'm back. We are winning this one, right? I don't run.
Awaiting orders. You can't stop me.
Well, looky here. The bad guys are coming to donate their gear. Apple pie!
What? You've got time to take in the sights?
Hey Bruno, I am back.
Sights locked. I don't like damage. Unless it's necessary. Awaiting order. You can't stop me.
Come on, what the best timing for this to happen. Wait, fuck.
Here we are.
I don't think I was ready for them to speed up. I forgot that happens. I guess I am. I had the stuff already to kill him. This is good. Probably not. I guess I can also get rid of Exu here so I can place her somewhere else, maybe. Damn it, right before she gets her skill.
What's your plan?
Great view from here.
What would you like me to do? I'll hold my ground.
Yes. Uh-huh.
Oh, that's still 8 seconds? That's
Boring.
a
I
lot.
don't like damage. Unless it's necessary.
Uh-huh. 70% should do the trick.
Damn it.
Sights locked. There's no fluking between success and failure.
Yes.
Oh, there's still this. Oh my god. We get extra in 10 seconds. Okay, this looks fine.
Got it.
Well, okay, I don't know if fine, but
Awaiting order. Cut them to pieces.
Follow me.
Solid positioning. Sights locked. Anyone in front of me who's still...
You ain't getting through me.
okay, easy first try. Look at that. I'm so good. Franz, steady your breathing. You're going to crush our originum dice into powder. Their former owner, Bielfield, was a rare great caster of Erdenhere who lived a century ago. He once used the dice to control the wind and lightning in the central valleys of Gaul, masterfully sinking the indomitable flagship of Corsica first and running the enemy's formation in a single stroke. The Battle of the Four Emperors. Indeed, it was a delightful victory. The Gaulish men couldn't even manage to cobble together a complete banner. The lamentations of the fleeing and the cheers of the victorious alternated like a grand duet. Unfortunately, we lost Biel's field and the subsequent attack on Lingones. I saved those dice as a tribute to him, in his honor. If the will of Castor wavers like the grass in winter, how could he ever hope to control the wind and lightning? Evenholz remained silent. The Witch King's tone is calm, even gentle. It was a fleeing, but unlike he had discovered, a child who'd stolen an old man from his home, stopped him, and explained the item's provenance after the necessary scolding. How long have you been gone, Franz? Gone? The weakening golden melody seeks an exit from the secret chamber, with Ebenholz and the Witch King standing outside the door. Before them lies a steep dark red staircase. This is the Graf's Spire in Urtica. A series of changes have taken place since the Visheim's incident, and he had been gone for over a year, but he could never forget this place. Do you dislike these stairs? These carpets, blood red, engraved with dark patterns beneath the pristine handrails. The messengers who came from the capital every once in a while, exchanging glances, the servants standing in every corner. Sorry, it's hard to like them. Right. When I was your age, I would wake up in the middle of the night and take these stairs to wake up my tutor. The Witch King ascends the stairs. The sound spreads far down the long corridor as the lamps along the wall light up one by one, illuminating the path beneath the feet of the spire's owner. Between the lamps float interconnected intricacies of witchcraft. The tutor sent by the Empresses was intended to perform poorly. So many a night Ebenholz would sneak into subtler corridors to practice. But the true Herkunftsjorn is a fascinating character. What do you mean by true? He unconsciously followed the Witch King. For a moment, he seemed to think that the man was still living in the spire, only waking up in the middle of the night to head to the door, for whatever unknown reason. The short-horned Elafia opened the door. I didn't go in. I stood in the doorway and asked him. Over the course of 3 months, I reviewed the 634 scores collected throughout the ancient spire, all composed by famous musicians and grandcasters. Well, before now he was just a distant monster, right? A monster who executed thousands, awakening catastrophe. I see, okay. Yeah, I mean, he did go mad, I guess. I think they might, like, expand on what that meant. I took the melodies apart, including those that were incompetent or unplayable. And that's not wrong, but why is it that the arts of which Lathanen is so proud, accumulating the beauty of elegance and harmony of 1,000 years, flows with dead melodies and crusty notes? I turned this sculpture by the door into a sandbox, quickly deducting the situation for the next century. Iberia would form an alliance with the sea. Victoria's steel knights would spew steam, boots coated. That reminds me of the fucking ending of chapter 13, by the way. I just was reminded of, you know, the fucking steam knight and Alderdale's silhouette appearing. That's something. That was something. Boots coated with mud and blood would tromp into foreign lands. The Gaulish irises would bloom in the deep forests of Ainwald. But what of Lathanen? The country's horns and fangs have rotted nearly right out of the heads, first with Syracusa, then with Stormland. Moss and vermin infest every nook and cranny of the spires. Why do you turn a blind eye to all this? Nain, why do you not know of it? The short-horned Elafia was still half asleep, but more detestable than the sand still sprinkled. and wiped in the corner of his eyes was his long silence, the fear and emptiness he tried to hide. He claimed to be the next knowledgeable man in Utica, and even all of Ainwald, but he couldn't answer a single question. Then you kicked him out of the spire, and his entire house fell into decline. I've heard the story. Just for that, you truly are unreasonable. Judge, if I were you. Judge, if I were you. Not judge, okay? Those hypocritical servants who secretly partook of the wine cellar would never drink a drop of water again. They would feel the pain of their throats cracking inch by inch until their deaths. As for the teacher who tried to mold me into useless rubbish, he would find himself impaled by arts dozens or hundreds of times stronger than his during one of those perfectionary demonstrations. His expression of fear would be frozen into a fine sculpture. The foolish ministers who tried to manipulate me with the melody would be manipulated themselves, and the obvious contradictions between the twins, black and gold, could be exploited. Fremont, your student is a fucking creep. Exploitation without purpose, arbitrary taking lives. In your own words, those heinous acts are completely meaningless. Witch King. The purpose of the stairway is to lead you to a higher place. Yeah, or lower as well. You can go down on stairs too, if you want to. I despise these stairs as well, but because they are so short, Graf Utica Spire is so small, with such a narrow view. Friends, you see the spire as a cage, so how will you break free of it? How will you defeat your enemies? Who are your enemies? You are despicable, Ebenholz. You are hateful, Ebenholz. You are pitiful, Ebenholz. Is it them? Nay, of course not. Then is it the Witch King? Is he the nightmare that's troubled you for a lifetime? Nightmare? The increasingly empty house, the white-haired child holding his trembling hand on his knee, softly singing a song that begins with "The sky is blue and fine." The sound of the cello spreads out like an endless grassland, while the sound of the piano turns into a flowing stream. Stream? Is that Musty's a reference? He washes away all weariness, allowing him to walk a long way, with the dark of night no longer so heavy. He often dreamed of these things. Dreams are already fleeting, and if he has to miss these beautiful moments, he would rather never sleep. 9. I have never dreamed of you. Memory. Memory. Oh shit, we're in Syracuse. Fall des Hexensturms Triumph del Goldmond Vorspiel zu Zwillingstürme. The theaters across the country must perform certain plays each quarter, all with similar themes, with Utica being the old tyrant's homeland. Such plays were put on twice as often. And as Graf of Utica, he was required to attend all of them. How many times did he sit in the audience, watching the Witch King perish during the duet of justice, shortly before leading a standing ovation? Statues on the streets. Illustrations in books. He has seen countless Witch Kings. Without exception, a mysterious light surrounded with twisted horns, and even their voices had a strange tremor, as sinister effects were added to them. They were quick to anger, cruel, bloodthirsty, with grotesque and exaggerated expressions under their masks. Not one of them, not a single portrayal, matched by appearance of the man before him. The ambitions of the masses need adornment. Their desires need release. Their hatred need relief. And you, friends. The larger the shadow that obscures your fate, the more your failures have to stand on. Every one of you is happy to imagine such a Witch King for the purpose of that attribution. Imagining, you say? The cruel decrees, the inhuman experiments, the fires of war, all the suffering inflicted, the countless innocent lives lost, all of it. You call that imagined? Ah, sorry, that was Ebenholz talking. Didn't change my voice. We're talking about you, friends. You have never made the slightest effort to represent the people you now claim have died. A sudden headache washes over him, much like the nights he was haunted by the voice of Mundane. On these nights, he could only grip his food desperately. He felt as though he was dying, so he would exert all his strength to curse the man before him, until his surrounding became clear. But the voice of Mundane is long gone, so why does that pain still flow? Ebenholz cannot see his own bloodshot eyes, but the layer of red webbing in his field of vision becomes increasingly heavy. Pain stirs all memories, tearing through all emotion, as if trying to draw everything out of his head to transform into something tangible. Nightmares, memories, imagination. Look back on your rather short life. Countless times you have cursed the name entwined with your own, that undeniable mark. Could it all have been nothing more than facing the void, looking into the mirror? The Witch King is dead. By the time you were born, by the time of that night 23 years ago, and his death was genuine. What meaning is there in calling the dead man your enemy? The terrifying experiments of your childhood, the pain that lingered throughout your life, the cold eyes and mockery of so-called representatives and servants, the criticism and accusations of others. Do you still dwell on these things? Nain, you know very well that compared to what I've lost, all these are insignificant. Correct. You don't care. You really are upholding the promise you made to him. You are prepared to walk through the long night, bearing it all. But Ebenholz, why after all this time are you still in such pain? Accepting a punishment is not the same thing as finding redemption. Why can't you forgive yourself, the man who has always been protected to the very last? Why can't you let go of the sacrifices made for you? Why do you continue to indulge in self-flagellation, unable to move forward? Because there might be even more precious commitments, even greater sacrifices, even deeper regret, and even longer suffering ahead. You can't help but doubt. You can't help but fear. So then, Ebenholz, who is your enemy? But Ebenholz, if you don't move towards the light, you can never walk out of that night. And the night itself is meaningless. The night itself is meaningless. Sehr good, Franz. You have defeated your enemies and broken free of the spiral that was your prison. The Witch King waves his hand, and the golden melody, as it finally released, flows towards the door like so many harmless fireflies, quietly drifting into the river of history. They pass by Ebenholz, brushing against his clothes and hair with a touch ever so gentle. Ebenholz suddenly feels a baffling sensation, as if the Witch King had patted him on the head. Ebenholz cannot control himself. He bursts into laughter. Haha, so after all my tremendous efforts to storm Genesis Horn, end up winning the praise of His Majesty the Witch King? He laughs at the image of himself, at his own embarrassment. He laughs at his past 19 years, realizing he has never laughed this heartily. Even if thunderous rage were to punish him for his lapse for the very next second, and headaches were to him back into the abyss, or even if he were to shatter into pieces, he wants to keep laughing. But nothing happens. The endless staircase, the spire of Ortega, even the Witch King, it all vanishes. Nothing remains but an empty throne. Ebenholz stands before the throne in silence, waiting for this unreal sensation to fade away completely. You have been watching long enough, Sancta. In his laughter, I feel a sense of melancholy and liberation. The character at the center of this drama finally confronts all that he has been through, whether scripted or in life. If he finds a new goal, he carries on steadfast. What about you? You were the first to enter my pavilion, even before Fremont. The pavilion, my place. Thanks to Yulia, I got a glimpse of what it looks like. It reproduces all that Latvianin has ever taken pride in. The spires that join the millennia, the knowledge, art, and power accumulated over generations, undiminished by time. There is nothing else like it, an immersed project beyond human capability. In fact, I speculated on it even before. The soldier, the painter, the scholar, the tuner. I've met each of those who personally witnessed their thought that hexagonics. That night made the deepest impression on their lives. They were entangled by it, trapped in the contradiction of their times and themselves. Through them, I reconstructed the last melody you left in the mortal plane. Hoarse and cacophonous, impossible to interpret through conventional music theory, This melody couldn't possibly point to a legacy to inherit, as your followers had expected. It was never meant to be the mortal plane. The echoes painstakingly collected by the people of Latvian are the bricks and mortars of this place, another form of construction materials you left behind. They would ultimately be found by others, but who could uncover their purpose? Fame, honor, wealth, an individual, a house, a class. These shallow motives ran throughout all melodies, across all lands. The meaning of music has always been so narrow. Sancta, unlike those foolish ministers, you come from the so-called holy city and are unconcerned with Latvian's past and future. Nor are you a lich, unaware of the existence of Kargerreich. You do not walk the path that Fremont does. And so, why are you here? Before I explain my purpose, I have a question. At this very moment, as we stand here, are you on a strand of strings trembling in rigor mortis? A patchwork of flickering light, subjectively colored by emotion, one of the countless fragments of consciousness? Or are you the fully intact Witch King? I had meant to play you. The physical rules underpinning sound cannot be realized in Garderreich. However, the place I stand does not acknowledge the rules of Gargerreich. The loss of sound is your only limitation and has nothing to do with the pavilion. Music is your eyes, your ears, your heart, your everything. You think you've lost all perception, yet desire is stronger. You are dull, yet interesting observer. Arturia released her grip on the cello and simply looks at the Witch King. His entire life, all he has been through, his thoughts and emotions collectively resonate throughout the space, filling every cubic inch. This is the palace he has built for himself. He walked in, you see what he sees. Arturia sees what she had read in the old Lich memories and blackness. The blackness. Infinite blackness, or rather chaos. Human in the understanding of this world often comes from the negative emotions associated with it: confusion, disorientation, sadness, anxiety, fear. Most of these are effects, status effects in eugenics. That's kinda interesting. In reality, it normally refers to the state that is difficult to describe, or an object or concept that cannot be established. But this is the only word that can describe the scene before Arturia. Desolation, a land of annihilation. What sits before the material world, the vector of collapse? No visible boundaries, no discernible directions, sound, light, shape, color. Things that do not belong in the same dimension mix, stack and stretch. The cursed life forms and their environment are symbiotic, even mutual bodies. Annihilation is the only ecology here. Chaos surrounds the Witch King's palace, like sunlight and air surrounding a bubble that could burst with a touch. The Witch King's spire stands at the center of the place, with originium crystals growing from its base like moss between the bricks. but such moss covers the entire palace, connecting seemingly irregular spires and other buildings, comprising some vague formation. Chaos invades the outermost cluster of spires, like a rising layer of mist. Once the mist dissipates, their Wiener? Oh, that's funny, haha. Urtum and Deitur des Wissens no longer exists. Clearly, the palace is gradually emptying, but its boundaries remain, as if adhering to predetermined rules. My casters, my musicians, do not resist the storm of lightning and dust. In years past, they destroyed the Gaulish fleets, and now they will push back this chaos. Celestial phenomena and calamities join the symphony, as Originium shapes new connections for you. Your bodies and consciousnesses will become a part of the instruments, strings and troops formations. Fill the gaps, reform the lines. Gargalier is beyond comprehension. Demons cannot be captured. Incompetence is nothing but cowardice. Return or intelligence to the spire for analysis. Confront it, comprehend it, conquer it, in the name of Latvianian. Vibrate the strings of our lives until they break. Oh, good, they do call them demons here. Oh, yeah. The King of Casters stands proudly on his throne, with the spires at the command. This founding as a nation occurs simultaneously with the push and pull of war, as it did in Latvianian history. Amid the unending chaos, the Witch King is on a comprehensible order. Your enemy is terrifying, so incomprehensible. Is Latvianian your unwavering cause? Even death cannot end it. Just as Herr Fremont predicted, your palace is suffering an irreversible collapse. Do you regret it? If you hadn't become a tyrant, if the mutinous army hadn't seized your spire, if they hadn't ended your study of Gargerich, would you have had the time to make this place more stable, unshaken by chaos? Do you ever wonder if you weren't the Witch King, if you didn't stand on the shoulders of all Latvianian? Could you master arts and knowledge beyond the reach of mere mortals? Could you surpass reality itself? Could you build your own spire within Gargerich? Your questions are meaningless, Sancta. I have no regrets, and I do not wonder. I do not fear monsters, nor do I fear becoming one. Then, Your Majesty, I come in a search of confirmation. Confirmation? It has been a long time since someone spoke to me in such thing. I seek from you the greatest answer a human heart can seek. A future. An ideal future. Ideal? Why are you standing there like a fool? Was the blow too hard? Do you have brain damage? What's your excuse? Oh, what a comeback. A rude little goat you are. You saw him too. Did he win? Win? In this ruined place, I could have fight that man innumerable times, debate him for innumerable years. But how could I win a debate with an echo? How could I kill a dead man? then we might as well leave. Leave? You really want to turn and walk away? After everything you have suffered on your journey, even as you stand right before the throne? I'm here. I've seen it. The throne is empty. But the sphere is still here. This strange, distorted, dangerous space. It still hangs over the heads of countless people. You're the most powerful lich. Tell me, what should I do? How can we once again topple the Genesis spire? There is only one way. The same way it was done 23 years ago. What a beautiful sunset. Yes, Lotte. Why are you hiding here again? I'd rather not stay with the envoys of the Kurfürst then. They speak so crudely of post-war matters right in front of us, as if we are already dead. Herr Fremont says the odds of us surviving the battle are less than 1 in 10. Since the day we were born, every test we've taken has surpassed the expectations of those old men. But the battle with Herr Gunshorn isn't another test, it's the only chance we have. Then we will seize that chance. We have Herr Gunshorn's witchcraft, college technology, and the Lich's blessing within us. We are more perfect, more powerful than anyone else alive. But we can still die. They haven't turned us into immortal war machines. They gave us human bodies and feelings, making us like unto them, pushing us towards that end since the beginning. Let's think about something happy, Hildegard. If we really can kill Herr Gunshorn, what would you want to do? You don't need to say it. I already know. You want freedom. Every time you pick up the sword, it's for the same reason. You can't stand those arrogant nobles, the ones who don't even treat us like people. You never could. What about you? You can guess, I'm sure. Who knows me better than you? The sun is about to set. Soon, all the clouds will fade away with the last thread of golden light. We need to destroy the Genesis horn, quickly. Are you giving up? You considered conspired with the Lich to use it to obtain Herr Gunshorn's ultimate power, right? That power, getting it under control, would mean granting Latcanian her sharpest sword. But Fremont and I have tried so many different methods to force our way into that space. It's really something. The one who finally managed to open it the way was an outsider. Whatever her motives, she has given us a chance. I will not allow an unknown threat to continue looming over Latcanian. Of course, I would rather be it descend more safely and discreetly, but at least we can end it now. If you made up your mind, the Liches will show you to the throne of the Witch King. Young Lich, you have been here all along? Don't misunderstand me. Latcanian's eternal grace, I am but a lowly messenger. Kill me, you will gain nothing but a thread scattered on the wind. I have received a message from the Master. He is presently within the Genesis horn. Only by joining forces with the austere authority to once again strike down the power of Herr Gunshorn will you disperse the dark clouds hanging over Zwillingstürme. Very well then. But the Master also warns that the Genesis horn is as unstable as you and he both anticipated. Once Herr Gunshorn's power dissipates, the spire of the Witch King within the void will collapse, losing the barrier between reality and the Gargerich may cause a more serious problem. When the final moment comes, your choice will decide the fate of Latvian, as it ever has. But a single thread. Let's just always come and go with the wind, free enough to be oh so irritating. Michael, I'm here. Find the lich from before, and the young man raised by Fremont. Do what you can to protect the people in the amphitheater, in the off chance that there's no off chance. The Gnade will surely return victorious. Wait. Gnade. Right? Gnade it was. Once more, what is our mission? To eliminate any threat to Latvian at its source. Good. The Gesetzwachter stand ready. Remember your signal as my command. When the time comes, if there are no new orders, they will act. Gemacht. Go. Yeah. Lieselotte, we should move out too. Both the Liches and the Kurfsten, always talking about the fate of Latvian. What about our fate? We have been here, atop the two tallest spires in Latvian for over 2 decades. Does Latvian really belong to us? Or are we still just her chosen vessels, carrying the fate of the country on sword and shield? Let's deal with the problem at hand first. That sentence I've heard too many times. Now, Adred remains tacit, but this is the way we were born, you know? So long as we play, we cooperate. That is the mission we have been given. No matter the time, we will always have our understanding. Indeed. I have no doubt that we will once again achieve victory for Latvian. But sooner or later, you will have to face me, to answer me. Hildegard, when we killed Hergenstjorn again, what will you want to do? You are taking such a great risk to bring the future to Latvian, but what is that future? Piercing noise. Ah, it's getting louder. You can't kill the echoes. They died a long time ago. And they are emerging from another space. The Sphinx are ready to enter the Genesis Horn. The spatial turbulence will be more intense there. We will need to use strings to hold the horn. But who knows how long we can drag it. Are you the Herbst yet? I don't know what that means. I think Herbst, it's like autumn, no? Wasn't it autumn or something like that? So no, I'm not dead. But hello, Seth, I hope you're doing good. I hope you slept well, I think, right? Go. This is something only a lich can do. Don't you just wanna pull on her string to see what happens? Not really. I don't know, it sounds like it could be kinda painful, and I don't really want to cause her pain. That sounds like kinda mean. Yeah, I've had a glad to hear that. It's just Zwillingstürme in autumn, yes, and Zwillingstürme is the name of the city. And the autumn is metaphor, everything is. It would be painful for you, I guess so, yeah. As for me, I must cover the old man and Ebenholz's retreat. Only by blocking these dark things can the people be safe. That's the only way those who have entered the Genesis Horn can return safely. Do you need me to stitch up your words for you? 9. The paint keeps me awake. I nearly forgot. Right. That's what allows you to move undisturbed by the notes. Unlike the other Latvianians in the Amplifier, who have most succumbed to the altered tune of the Golden Gesat. That's a good thing too. If they heard the sound of the remains emanating from the land of the dead, they would lose their minds. The Gesetzwachter and the Twin Empresses are doing what they can to weave melodies and defend the people's sanity. Once the Kaiserinnen stop playing and enter the Genesis horn, only the Gesetzwachter will be left. Their arts are very strong, but arts are arts. How can they resist the chaos of the void? The same goes for you, Lessing. Both your body and your will are both being consumed. Your blood will run dry. Are you saying that I'm not an immortal lich? So what if you were? It is precisely because we are liches that we understand the absolute nature of chaos. It's like unto boundless knowledge. Then what should we do? Amidst the insignificance and helplessness, do nothing, and what for a greater power? To crush us? Wait for your chaos to devour us? I won't. I'd rather take my life into my own hands and listen to the sound of the last drop of blood falling from my wounds as I collapse. Stubborn. I still remember all those years ago when the Master rescued you from the Gendarmerie. All the thoughts you were minutes from death. We all thought you were minutes from death. You were so small, so thin, so fragile. Like you would shatter if touched by a strand of thread. But you survived, covered in scars, with a temperament more and more like the Master. Danke. It was you who helped me survive, just like the liches have helped Latvianian for so many years. The twins are moving. I should find the other liches. Lessing, my unorthodox little brother, I'll listen to your voice on the wind. I just hope what I find with my threads won't be your dying breaths. Sharp noise. The dead won't feel pain or exhaustion. They search endlessly from the cracks between reality and chaos, repeating the last howl they gave before death. Once the movement is gone, will it be just you making such noise? It sounds truly awful. He slowly unwinds the wrappings on his long sword. The cloth is long enough to use to cover his ears. But he doesn't do that. After so many years of hard work, Lessing has grown accustomed to focusing all his attention on the edge of his blade. The theme of Latvianian will be rewritten by each and every one of us. And before that is just a battle. Victory or defeat, life or death, none of it bears consideration. Alright!
Slice them up like a millefeuille.
You sure did, Lapland. Cool one. We will be ending here for today. Tomorrow we'll be finishing this one. We are like kinda close to the end. Maybe I should just finish it today. Maybe no. Okay. Yeah. I don't think I will. But yeah, good one. Good stream, good story. you know, both of it.
Doctor, were you looking for me?
I weren't, but I'm happy to see you nevertheless. Is nevertheless the right word? Anyways, so yeah, tomorrow, you know, at noon we'll be probably continuing. Let me check. We will... Oh shit! We'll raid All-C streaming, which probably means we won't be playing Eon Sent anytime soon. But yeah. She's playing Hollow Knight Silksong? Is it Silksong? I see just Hollow Knight in the preview, but yeah, it is Silksong, I thought so. So yeah, I mean, tomorrow at noon I'll be continuing this. Yeah, and we'll like finish it. When I say at noon, I mean obviously as always, Central European summertime. So yeah, just the normal time, you know, just the normal time. But yeah, thanks everyone for stopping by, and bye.